You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning and welcome to it as we begin Championship Sunday. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Elizabeth City, North Carolina, third stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. 10 anglers left on this final day. Our live coverage brought to you by Rapala. Can't wait to get it started today. This has been an exciting, unique, completely unique tournament in every way from any experience we've ever been able to show you here on Bassmaster Live. Over the past many, many years, it's the first time ever, believe it or not, the Elite Series to visit Tar Heel State of North Carolina. And there it is, Elizabeth City Waterfront Park. That was earlier today. The sun topping the horizon there, and we got our full field of 10 anglers today. We started with our giant field of 102 on the first 2 days. Yesterday we cut it down to 50. Today it's just 10 with a chance at the blue trophy. And really, in reality, that chance is pretty much limited, barring something unbelievable, to one angler. We'll get into that story for you today. The heaviest 4-day total wins. The heaviest 3-day total is pretty impressive here so far. Another story we'll get into. Let's look at the weigh-in yesterday. 10th place was our champion from 2024, Justin Hamner. They're in 10th place. Keith Combs, we welcome him back into the top 10. Good day, 18-15 to find his 9th place spot there. Kyle Patrick, what a day yesterday. Worked so hard. He started in the top 10 and managed to stay in the top 10. Only North Carolina among the 10 today. Shane Lehue, great effort, great season going on for this young man. Now a veteran of the Elite Series. Seth Feider, former Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, started outside the top 10, fished his way in with 21 pounds and 2 ounces yesterday. And there's our world champion, reigning world champion, Easton Fothergill, turning his Elite season around. The great tournament here in North Carolina. Tyler Williams, Trey McKinney, two of the freshmen from last year who did such great things. Trey McKinney, we just can't do a show without him on camera. That's just the way it's worked out. Brandon Lester had a great start yesterday. He take himself all the way into the 2nd spot. But all 3 days so far, the story has been that man right there, Alabama's Kyle Welcher. 30 pounds plus each and every day, and yesterday the biggest day of all with 34 pounds even. And his lead is, well, he's got 94 pounds and 14 ounces. His lead is just, I won't even mention the number now, but believe me, it's a record-breaking number as far as margin of victory. If he can maintain that and even lose a little bit, he'll rewrite the record books in that respect today. 94 pounds and 14 ounces. Of course, that means he's just 5 pounds, 2 ounces away from another great accomplishment, very much valued by Elite Series anglers, Davey Height, and that's making the Century Club.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard Kyle Welcher mention that after he weighed in on day 2. He said, I've got my eyes on that Century Club belt. I've been close a few times, but I don't have one. That is my goal this week.
Well, we're just everyone holding their breath until he catches another fish on this day. And earlier this morning, well, we didn't have to wait very long.
He's not that big. Golly, I'm about to fill in the freaking water. I don't think it's the same one. Because it was, my waypoint's over there.
Mentioned his waypoint was a little away from him. He told me last night he only had one fish that he had marked that he felt like he could go to this morning. It was on the bed and set up on. But that's been the case the first day. He only had one fish and he caught 30 pounds. So that doesn't necessarily mean things are not looking good for Kyle Welcher. But him mentioning his waypoints over there, that could have been a different fish.
Well, now just a pound and change away from the century mark. We pick up Kyle live this morning.
God, I can't freaking. I ain't used to casting that far.
think that's where his waypoint was.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, give me some, baby. I got a freaking belt now.
Keep in mind, Kyle's former Angler of the Year. He did not have a belt
Thank
until
you,
today,
Lord,
but he's
dude.
certainly going to get one today.
That was crazy because I missed her, and she just swam off out in the middle. And when she saw my bait, I reeled overhead. It was just ate it like a freaking swim jig. 7-pounder. On the Rapala scale, 7-pounder. Finally got a freaking belt.
A big fat kill.
That's fun, dude. I don't care who you are. 7-pounders. She thought you was asking her how she feels. Siri's out here talking to me. Siri don't even know what's going on. Let me get a Bronco bug out of here.
Oh boy. I don't know if we
That's
ever.
We've never had it in the first
If you
10
watch
minutes.
Bassmaster Live, whether it's on FS1 or not, you know that music means power pole replay today. And it's I've never heard it this early in the morning. But hey, Kyle Welcher, like I mentioned, former Angler of the Year, a great, great angler. But one of his goals this week after he started the tournament with those 30-pound stringers was to get the Century belt. So, Kyle Welcher, power pole replay of the day. You just earned your Century Club belt. Man, what a start. I mean, we say that every single morning, but to start the day with a live camera on you for the third day in a row with 7-pounders in the first 30 minutes, incredible. Power pole replay of the day, Kyle Welcher. You deserve it, my friend.
He is now the 52nd angler all time to break 100 pounds in a B.A.S.S. event.
I didn't know
52
that.
anglers have done that, the 70th instance. So you see a couple anglers have definitely done it more than once. And now this is the 11th body of water to have 100 pounds caught.
It's so rare. These are 4-day events, but you can be well on your way of achieving that and not make the top 10 and be able to fish that 4th day to get that belt. So certainly one key ingredient is you have to be here on Championship Sunday. But, you know, like I said, he's done some great things in this sport. And for that belt to be on his mind this morning shows what a big deal it really is.
There's our Lowrance bird's eye view of the special area that Kyle has worked about a mile of this part of the Pasquotank River here, and just incredible. The distance he is. His experience, so different from everyone else's here. That seems to be the most remarkable thing about this tournament, that no one can even get in his
I feel phenomenal.
his zip code, basically.
Absolute a blast out here. It's unbelievable. I mean, I have fished so many tournaments where it's just super, super tough and you're just trying to catch keepers, and to have something where the stars just align, you catch big ones like this, man, it's unbelievable. This does not happen very often. Anybody who fishes a lot knows this super, super special. Like even when you go to places that's got a lot of big ones like here, still doesn't line up like this very often. It's super lucky that I was doing I just landed in the right area. Like, it's super lucky.
30 pounds 11 on day 1, 30 pounds 3 ounces on day 2, and then 34 pounds yesterday. Who knows what he's going to do today?
Well on his way to at least one of those 30-pound marks for sure. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't think he would, you know, have that as a goal today, because it's just like he mentioned, it's so rare. No matter where you're at in the country, it's so rare. But he is off to just probably as good a start as he had yesterday morning. He is right on track.
Yeah,
to do that again.
at very worst, he's right on schedule from the other 2 days.
And that 105.14 puts him the 37th highest weight ever. Like, he didn't just jump into the list barely. Like, he jumped like 20 people with that one catch.
Just getting started. Goes from number 1 of our top 10 to number 10, Justin Hamner.
There's one. All right. Not bad. There's so many of these 2-pounders in this place. This is so much fun. These fish bite too. Little humpback.
Most days, that's a nice bass.
Oh, yeah.
Just not in Kyle Welcher's boat this week.
That's about a 12-3. Put him in as 12. Shock him.
2024 world champion Justin Hammer. Let's get over to our only North Carolinian in the lineup, Shane LeHue. This was earlier as well.
We got a bass. Thanks, Hamner.
Good start for Shane.
Good many of our anglers not venturing far, far away from home base there in Elizabeth City. Let's get out to one who has made a trip. That's going to be Kyle Patrick. Absolutely delighted to be in this top 10 this week.
That's not her, but it's a bass. Oh, hey, little buddy. Welcome to the boat. Come here, friend. Oh, you're 14? God, that thing fought. You see that thing? I was like, it could be a 4-pounder. And then I was like, no, it's just a little rat. Come here, boy. Double up. I got a feeling I'm gonna catch her mama, or his mama. Giant bass, 110. Go in there. I know you're angry.
Regardless of weight, if he's 14 inches, he can go in
Hardy
the
wants
live
to
well.
throw it back. It's a male. Gonna bite.
He will not want to show up at the weigh-in with that one in there, but then he most likely won't. We're looking for maybe the biggest day of all in terms of pounds per fish per angler. Seems to be the trend here, and man, we are starting, as Davey said, right on schedule, if not ahead of schedule today with that 7-pounder.
It's just absolutely amazing. That's the only thing I can say at this point.
Kyle has done it basically in one way all week long, and we're going to find out about that right now with our Bass Pro Shop's top lures.
All right, I'm Kyle Welcher. We're here on the Pasquotank River in Elizabeth City, and this is the bait I'm using this week. This is a Crush City Baits Bronco Bug. This is a black blue sapphire. The reason I choose this bait, I put it on a really light weight. I put it on a 1/4 ounce weight, and whenever it falls on that 1/4 ounce weight, it has a really unique swimming action in the water. I've never flipped a bait to bedding bass that they paid attention to better than this bait right here. Every single time I flip it in there, they go straight down and look at it, and it's just a matter of time before they bite it. So you can see it's got this hinge on it, and it swims very, very unique. And when it's laying down there on the bottom, those legs with that hinge, every time you shake your rod, they're just gonna rock back and forth. And It's a little bit bulkier of a profile than a lot of guys bedfish with, and it's gonna make that female bite before the male most of the time, and that's been the key this week. Look at that freaking Bronco bug, baby. Dude, that's a freaking giant.
An incredible place, never unlike any place we've ever been before with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just inside the Outer Banks of North Carolina is this vast shallow water flat called the Albemarle Sound, and all the connecting rivers that come in here, each of them is great habitat for what we're looking for, and that is big bass, and that has been the payoff this week with especially one angler above all the rest. Kyle Welcher now enjoys a 44-pound, 14-ounce lead over his nearest competitor. Never again will I say that. Never before have I come even close to saying that. And it probably won't hold up for the rest of the day. But my goodness, what a different world we have landed in this world of bass fishing. And it's been such a joy to discover it all. We invite you to stay with us today. Now to Tyler Williams.
Feeling good. I mean, the area is definitely getting tougher, but we've also caught like several big bags out of here this week, so it's bound to happen. Just trying to grind out a limit and hey, trying to figure out, are they up, are they out? If they're out, I can scope them. If they're up, I can just fish for them. And then the other part is too, do they want to move fast, or do I have to just like sit there and crawl it up shallow like I did yesterday? So I'm just kind of trying to get my wits about me and get a feel for what's happening and see what we can put together. But it's cool to be here on the final day, that's for sure.
All right, Tyler Williams, happy to be here. We're all happy to be here, especially a chance to witness what we've been seeing for the past 3 days. Just incredible stuff. Kyle Welcher's already ticked off a couple of items on his to-do list. Join the Century Club and get almost 45 pounds worth of lead. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite Pasquotank River. Sponsored by Toyota. By Nitro Boats. By Dakota Lithium. And by Humminbird. Take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Bass Track provides us with that, and it's Kyle Welcher sitting there at 105.14. Just jumped over a whole bunch of people, Ronnie Moore, as he entered the Century Club.
Yeah.
That vaunted Century Club.
The 70 or so instances it's happened, he jumped himself right to the middle of the list basically with that one fish catch, and now he's still got 25 plus pounds to threaten where we saw Trey McKinney last year, but I wouldn't put it past him this week. He has been on fire.
It's just, what can't he do this week? It's just a singular performance like we've never seen so far and way ahead of the rest of the pack. That it's, we may never see the like of it again, Davey. Huh?
Certainly have never seen this before. I mean, I can't help but just laugh when I see the leaderboard. I mean, because these anglers are the best in the business. There's no doubt about it. I only have about 2.5 days of practice. This is a new fishery. All those things kind of probably, you can see there will be some gaps in the way in, but nothing like this. It's absolutely incredible. He has landed on the best spot anywhere around, and he is maximizing every inch of it.
Here we go with Brandon Lester. Second place.
Well, we're still looking for number one. I mean, I feel good. I mean, I still plan on catching some. I'm kind of waiting on these fish to give me a clue on how I'm gonna have to catch them today, because day one I weighed in 1 off the bridge, 4 out of here. Day 2 I weighed in 1 off the bridge, 4 out of here. Yesterday I weighed in 4 off the bridge, 1 out of here. So, you know, it's kind of been a 1-2 punch all week, and the bridge didn't work this morning, so I'm hoping I can catch them in here. There's 2 forks in here, and I've caught some on both sides, so I'm gonna spend some time in here. The water temperature's dropped about 3 degrees, so I'm kind of blaming that right now as to why they're a little bit, they just seem to be a little bit tight-lipped this morning so far. But that can change really, really quickly. So we're just gonna fish around in here, and I mean, if this don't work today, then we'll just go run some brand new water. We really got nothing to lose. I mean, yeah, we can fall a few places and make a little less money, but we made the top 10, man, so it's all good no matter what happens. But I still plan on catching some bass. Y'all don't give up on me yet. All right, little morning update. Ain't had a bite yet. Not too worried about it though. I think the afternoon's gonna be really strong. We finally got some sun today. Big full moon last night, super bright. So hoping a bunch of these fish start spawning this afternoon and we can catch them. But started in like my secondary area where I caught that 9-pounder yesterday. Didn't have a bite. Now in my primary area, I haven't had a bite yet, but probably gonna sit in here for a good majority of the day, let the sun get up where I can see good and get those fish pulling up and get to picking them off. But just kind of going out down the edge right now with the chatterbait, seeing if I can get a female or 2 that's floating around. But I got a good feeling about this afternoon, and I'm just gonna hunker down, and I know there's plenty of fish in here. Just catch what we can catch, have fun, pressure-free day, and just enjoy it. Finally got a nice, beautiful day. Weather's been pretty rough here this week, so yeah, hopefully run into a few good ones and have some fun.
Right now I'm kind of wondering, haven't had any bites yet today, which is fine. We just got to figure out what we're gonna do. Let's change it up a little bit. These fish are getting smart. I seen one this morning that was very educated. But other than that, that's about it. It's still cold. The water temp's 57, which is absolutely freezing compared to what it was. In practice, heck, it was almost 70. And then now it's 58. That's a drastic change. Drastic. So I haven't figured out if that makes them want to be on the bank more or pull off a little bit. I don't know. It's super weird.
Trey McKinney, Century Club member himself. Rookie of the Year last year. 2024. Let's take a look right now at our Dakota Lithium 2025 Rookie of the Year standings. And there we are with Alabama's Tucker Smith on top. Hallmarks of Georgia, 9 pounds back. Excuse me, more than that back. Bo Browning, Emil Wagner, Evan Kung, who came here with the lead, falling down to 5th place. Easton Fothergill, Blake Capps, and Andrew Loberg, Rookie of the Year. The road to the Indy 500 hits the streets of Long Beach for the 50th running of the Long Beach Grand Prix. Fastest racing on earth continues today at 4:30 Eastern on Fox. Lots of West Coast excitement. We're on the other side of the country here. Our first stop for the Elite Series in the East Coast state of North Carolina ever. So hard to believe that, and what a well-kept secret this place has been. It's not a secret to the great folks around here, but my goodness, I had no idea it would be this strong.
I didn't either. I heard several of the anglers say on the weigh-in stage last night, the secret is out. And many times the locals love that because they want to share their little secret, but a lot of times they do not. But there will be a lot of people going to visit this area in the future.
Good bet. TH Marine Weather Watch. It's a little bit cooler. in the 40s last night, lingering through the morning, but Seth Feider and Brandon Lester both told us they expect it to warm up and things to start happening a little bit in most areas before too long today. Tiny chance of rain. 15-mile-an-hour winds, that has been the prediction each and every day, and each and every day they've been coming from a different direction. So we'll see what, if any, effect that has on anglers' ability to get around on this day. Again, we're only down to 10 anglers. Started out with 102. They've got room to operate. It's just one spot in particular seems to be outperforming the other spots by just a jaw-dropping amount.
One of many cool things about this week is what Kyle Welcher has done. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. You know, if he's got a big lead and he has a good day, will he go in early and all those things? He said absolutely not. I love tournament bass fishing, and I'm going to do it all day long. So many times in my career, I'm struggling to catch a bass, and I'm not doing well. I'm not going to go in on one of the greatest days of my fishing lifetime. It makes all the sense in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Would be for any of these anglers. It's just what he's been able to engineer is, we'll be trying to figure it out for years to come. Let's get out to last year's Classic champ, 2024 Classic champ, Justin Hamner.
Man, I am stressed out to the max trying to catch up. We need 57 more pounds, I think. So
he's got a great
I'm just having fun. Right now, I'm throwing this big old glide bait around these docks, just trying to catch a big old bag. The fans and crowd this week has been phenomenal. So honestly, yeah, I'd like to move up, but man, it'd be fun just to hold a big bag up for these people out here. It's been crazy. Each day I've kind of had to do something different just because of the whole wind situation. You know, first day I ran and about beat myself to death trying to get across the sound. And second day it wasn't bad. I went to that same kind of area, but yesterday, you know, just kind of kept it close and picked up a jerkbait and a jig, caught a good bag. So today we're just gonna hang around here and try to find 5 of them grown ones. I mean, if Kyle can catch 30 pounds just every day, surely we can one day, right? It's been fun. We're getting to that little stretch where I caught most of my fish yesterday. It has been a lot slower today, but it's probably because I really picked this stuff apart yesterday. I mean, I did practice here a little bit, but didn't get on much of anything. And yesterday, I mean, I caught, I don't know how many fish. I caught like 7 off of one stump over here. And this morning it was ghost hounds. So might have stuck those a little bit. So we're gonna probably fish this little stretch and then just go fish some new water the rest of the day. We got one little 2-pounder, so we got something.
Justin Hamner kind of amplifying what Seth Feider said. Ironically, this is kind of a stress-free day. I mean, you don't get these top 10 opportunities very often, and then you're stressing on, will I capitalize to the max? And it's not going to be very likely that anyone's going to be able to run down Kyle Welcher.
We don't have many stress-free days in tournament bass fishing, but you're right. I think this is certainly one of them for most of these anglers.
Although this man right here gave us words of wisdom yesterday. He said everybody, no matter where you are in a tournament, is fishing for something. So they're all fishing, if nothing else, like Justin said, to hold up a big bag at the end of the day.
Everyone's fishing for the big blue trophy, but they give a second and a third place trophy
Right,
now.
that's also
so certainly
very
fishing
true.
for that.
catching a couple. Justin Hamner told me he's on the other side over there, and he's like, you get on these flats and kind of troll around. I was gonna run to my creek, but I think it's kind of dying on me, honestly. It's running out of bass. I caught 4 in there yesterday, and we've already caught 3 this morning, so. But we're just finding little isolated pieces of cover. You can't really actually see the fish until you throw. And so I'm having to cast to them, just to the cover. Like, I'm not really seeing the bass before I make a cast on anything. And like I said, Hamner told me about this. He's doing it over there on the other side of the lake, so he told me since I didn't really have anything to start on this morning, you know, give it a shot, and it's working pretty good. I mean, we got just 3, you know, 2 somethings, nothing big so far. But it's just like, I caught one a minute ago off a, I think it was an old cable or something that was on the bottom. This is just a stump right here. Well, these fish are just kind of setting up on these little isolated pieces of cover on these flats. I've had a lot of followers too that don't bite it. I don't know if they're spawning or because their fins are kind of all messed up, which they could be spawning out here. I mean, it's only this stump right here is only 3 feet deep. I'm just catching them on a jerkbait, just trying to get something started for before we go flip with the jig like we've been doing later in the day. So.
Shane LaHue thinking his creek, he spent a lot of time, small creek yesterday, and thinks that may be dying off right now. And that's one of the many compelling reasons not to take a long trip out of the open part of the Albemarle Sound.
Yeah, and it's great of Justin Hamner to kind of clue him in on a little something different that is working for him this morning.
Let's get out to Easton Fothergill.
I don't know if Justin wanted him to tell the whole world about the little pattern that he had going on, but hey.
Well, it's you know, that's water under the bridge now, as
That's
they say.
right.
Easton Fothergill had a very difficult day number 2 with only 10 pounds and 12 ounces. Otherwise, he'd be right up there in that race among the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which is very tight, within a pound. If you're looking for a good contest today, look at 2nd place.
Yeah, we do have a contest there. Good look at Eastern Fothergill's live sonar and all the cypress knees and trying to, here we go.
There we go.
Yeah.
So many big fish being caught here this week.
Good one. Get back on here. This place is awesome. Pounder. That's a good start. That was fun.
We've heard that a lot this week. We just heard Easton say this place is awesome.
Yeah.
These anglers have said that so many times. Sure hope we come back.
Well, you've said it multiple times here. You give Easton Fothergill a clue. expect more big things to happen right there. He is good at realizing what's going right and doing exactly more of that.
And that striking red bug finesse worm that he has in his hand right there, he can do some damage with. He proved that in the Bassmaster Classic.
He's won Opens. He's won the Bassmaster Classic with that. Look out for Easton Fothergill moving up into that race for second place. Kyle Welcher, though, still continuing his modus operandi, just running away from the rest of the field and hiding. 105 pounds and 14 ounces, and we're really just getting started here on Championship Sunday. Plenty more fishing time coming up.
Yeah, you know, I haven't really ventured off from my area in the past 2 days because it's where I've caught every big fish. I caught the first day, so I went back on day 2, caught 5 big ones. So I really don't know what the rest of the lake's fishing like if I did, you know, fish the same way that I'm fishing, but there's definitely something super special about where I'm fishing. The biggest key is that it's a lot flatter. It's the only flat place in this river, and that's gonna be where they're gonna pull up whenever they're trying to spawn. And you know, sometimes whenever you're fishing rivers, you wanna be on the channel swing, sometimes you wanna be out of the current, sometimes you wanna be in the current. All that stuff is dictated by the time of the year you're there and the weather. And this time of year, they don't really wanna be in the current and they wanna be on the flat stuff. So that's the key to the area that I'm fishing. I can hardly stand up, I'm shaking. Yeah.
Kyle Welcher's sort of tipping us off to his vast knowledge of river fishing. He's always proclaimed himself to be a river guy, someone who really loves to fish river environments.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, he touched on it there. There's times when you want to be on those channel swing banks where it's really steep, and sometimes when it's flat, and he obviously knows where to be this week, much better than anyone else in the field.
Well, we just got to call it the Kyle Welcher Show today. We look at those numbers and we just, wait a minute. Come on, man. Yes, it's true. How can it be? I can't tell you, but Kyle Welcher has just outstripped the field, lapped the field. I don't know how many different ways can you put it. His performance has been a singularity in the world of bass fishing, probably in the history of bass fishing. None of us can ever recall seeing anything like this. It's great to see you here this morning with us on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with Ronnie Moore and Hall of Famer Davey Height. We got Mike Sucon in here as well. And Davey, this could be, I mean, we got a good start, a quick start from Kyle Welcher like we've had every day. But yesterday we had half the field out there and they caught more 20-pound bags than they caught any day so far. And everyone except for one person in our top 10 improved day 3 over day 2.
Yeah, there were a lot of high expectations coming into this event, heard all the great things about it, but we had a weather turn south on us right before we got here, as in the water temperatures got colder, the winds picked up, all those things kind of negative. But Kyle Welcher got off to a great start on day 1. The other anglers have just kind of gradually been getting better and better. Here's the thing, though, what Kyle Welcher has done. You know, I fished professionally for 24 years, been doing this for about 8 years, and 32 years I've been right in the middle of this sport. I've never seen anything like what he's doing.
Yeah. Ronnie Moore, you and I were talking about our colleague Pete Robbins. He comes up with some great ways to look at things, and he thought of a great way to emphasize how important, how incredible this achievement is.
Yeah, we have 102 pros in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and so if you take everyone else's best bags from day 1, day 2, and day 3, that's 251 possible weights, and you took the best 3 bags, they would add up to 72 pounds, 14 ounces, which is a 22-pound deficit to what Kyle Welcher has done himself alone through 3 days. That is amazing and incredibly defeating for the rest of the field. And also you sit back and you're like, this is historic. I'm okay with getting my butt beat if it means at the sake of history being made.
Yeah, absolutely. Such, you made a point earlier before we came on the air here on the Facebook time there about the average fish for Kyle Welcher versus the field. Kind of run us down that one more time.
Well, you know, the guys close to him have 60 pounds, so that was 4 pounds of fish. The average in the whole field, count everybody, only 2 pounds, 12 ounces. Welcher has averaged 6 pounds, 5 ounces.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely incredible. Before we get out of here, guys, I just wanted to stop at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge real quick. We mentioned it 70 times that we have broken the Century Club with an angler, and there's only been now 11 tournament venues. And when you think of the historic great bodies of water in the country, those legendary legacy places, Okeechobee, Toledo Bend, Lake Amistad, the Kissimmee Chain in Florida, Lake Fork that will go later this year, the St. Lawrence, Santee Cooper, all of these places have recipes Clear Lake, still putting them out. Falcon, Gunnersville, and now we add the Pasquotank River in the Albemarle Sound. This is the first place that is connected to a East Coast type of tidal fishery. It's not tidal, but a coastal fishery. Obviously, the St. Lawrence flows out to the ocean, but when you think of the recipe to make a great body of water, normally it is not a river. Those are tougher places. So huge fish at this body of water. And I wanted to also talk about some of the milestones we'll look at for Kyle Welcher today. He's got 2 for 11 pounds on Bass Track right now. Over the Century Club puts him middle of the 70 list for all-time weights. To get to the top 25, that's 112 pounds, 5 ounces. He'll need 17.7 today, 19.2 today for his 5-fish limit. That'll get him in the top 20 all-time weights-wise. 29.11, that's a big jump to get from top 20 to top 10, but that would be his smallest bag of the week, 29.11. Very doable for him. And then he'd have to push the limit on what he did yesterday at 34 even and go far beyond that. But if he does that, 34.9 would get him top 5 weights all time. And if he did do something miraculous, maybe 2 10-pounders today, 37.10 would put him at the all-time weight record. Guys, I didn't think the Pasquotank River was a bad fishery. I thought it was going to take mid-80s, maybe 90 pounds. But boys, they showed up big, especially for Welcher. And the fact that we're mentioning top 20 all-time, top 10 all-time, that says that we have job well done for this fishery and this town.
37.10. This would be the mathematic progression from yesterday, right?
Absolutely.
Let's get out to Easton Fothergill. This is moments ago. It's 7.5 pounds for Easton Fothergill. Last few minutes.
You look at these other anglers. It's a good tournament, but
Yeah.
they're just not around the caliber of fish that Kyle Welcher is.
Davey, does this look familiar? This is the first spot that I believe Brian Schmidt on day one made a cast with one of our cameras. This general area didn't produce from them, but it looks like it's shown up for Seth Fighter later in this week.
Jacob Prosnick on that other far bank over there.
Yeah.
So
Let him chew on it. Tiny. Let him chew on it. I still barely got him in the lip. Should be number 1.
he's a keeper, I think he is.
Quit. Now we're on a board. Second bite of the day.
On the board for a 2021 Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Seth Fighter, in his 11th year with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Longer than that, with the Elites has been this man, Brandon Lester. Things not starting as fast for him today as they did yesterday.
Had a shell bar he's been starting on that didn't produce this morning, but he's hooked up now.
Get on up in here then. Son of a gun tried to jump in the boat, didn't he? We finally got us a keeper anyway. Quit. calm down. He didn't have time to get the fight out of him.
That's been a lot of them yesterday and today.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, they're feisty. It's incredible, man. Like, you'll see a lot of times whenever I catch one, when I set the hook, I have trouble keeping up with them. These are the fastest bass that I've ever fished for in my life. I mean, they can cover some ground quickly. Pretty incredible. Really.
Excuse me.
Brandon Lester on the board, started the day in second place. He is, until that one, fallen out of the second place spot there to Tyler Williams, but that one puts him back into second. Still a good ways back of our leader, that goes without saying.
That is
our baseline today is something from science fiction. That's the only way I can describe it today. But we are enjoying watching it. We're watching one of the great performances of all time, and it is going to be fun to watch all day long. Elizabeth City, North Carolina, the harbor of hospitality. Elizabeth City and the Visit Elizabeth City organization, such important parts of making this tournament a great success. This incredible piece of water that these people live on has been a big part of the thing as well, but a full crew gets given absolute 2 thumbs up to this town and its hospitality and everything that it has to offer. And what a perfect time of the year to visit here, obviously. Looking at the scores from this tournament here, but Elizabeth City, North Carolina, great. I would assume we're going to be back here.
They showed up
I would think that's going to happen.
Huge yesterday. They showed up at the weigh-in.
Yeah, big crowds at the weigh-in.
People were getting their final weight tally that they were 61 pounds behind, and they were smiling because of the crowd that showed up to support them. So,
well, they should show up. It's just been something to witness. Let's get out to Shane LeHue, Catawba, North Carolina. Tar Heel in this event here.
Like all the same size. I wish they were all like that one. He just got it. Flawless execution.
Execution notwithstanding, that's a good outcome right there. Good keeper for Shane LeHue. Another one of our Century Club members here in our
Lake Fork.
Yeah. Almost half our top 10.
Yep.
Our members of that select society.
Yeah, that was the May event that we had there last year's February event. All 10 made the Century Club, and so.
Recognize these particular cypress trees. That's Kyle Welcher.
Yeah.
If Z-Train was here, he'd probably call that. That's the pig pen. That's where they all just kind of gather.
Formerly known as the pig pen.
Yeah.
Speaking of Z, he and I have been texting a little bit. One of many things that is truly amazing about what Kyle's done, he has used one bait the entire day. You don't see a sight fisherman go for 4 days and not at least mix it up 2 or 3 baits. Oftentimes a dozen different baits at one fish trying to find what they'll react to. He has kept one bait in his hand, one rod. Absolutely incredible.
What? How about a Skeeter Boats? Big fish alert. BFA Kyle Welcher's big week this. tournament on the Pasquotank.
Different
Day
sort of
3,
big fish.
he's leading our Phoenix Boats Big Bass with the 10-8. He had another one close to 7 in his hand. Day 2, he had the 7-11, 7-7. Day 1, he was off bass track, but came in with 3 fish around the 7-pound class. We gave him a 7-1 and 7-0.
And today, starting off with a 7-pounder as well, fellas.
Another
Every day
7-pounder,
with
a lot of 7-pounders.
Yeah, I think he had 3 of them that first day. 3
Yeah.
7s. Yeah, so incredible. Absolutely incredible.
When our Seth Fighter weighed in 8:15 yesterday.
That's right.
Before Welcher weighed in, I wonder if he thought, I may have this.
And there again, that's some of the fisheries, historic fisheries we've been to. That stuff happens at Falcon, at Clear, at Gunnersville, at Santee Cooper. Not in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Here's another one of our Century Club guys right here, Keith Combs.
One of our 8-pounders this week for day 1, 8-2.
Well, tell you what, today has been a slow morning, but you know, every day has really been a tough grinder for me. I'm just not getting a lot of bites. They tend to kind of come in little flurries, so I'm looking forward to getting into one of those little flurries today because we have had absolutely no action. Sticking with my guns though, I've caught big fish every day, just pitching a Strike King Rage bug around Cypress and just kind of covering water, keeping it simple, just old schooling it, and that's all I got, you know. I think we'll get into a little area before too long. This is all stuff that I really haven't fished this week that I've wanted to expand on, just haven't really had the opportunity because I was just trying to make the cut every day. Well, today we're in a position where we don't have anywhere to go but up, so we're going to expand on water and hopefully catch a couple more big ones, hopefully catch a limit of fish. That's my only goal for today. Let's get 5. I think if we do, they'll be big. Wind's still making it tough. The wind just seems like it blows every single day here this week. I was really looking forward to a day where I could really kind of fish a little bit slower, more thoroughly, more efficiently, but it's still gassing pretty good. Not as bad as it's been, but that's my update. Not much going on so far.
Keep looking for the big ones today. Was it day 1 or day 2, Suchi, caught the 8-pounder?
Day 1, 8,
Day 1?
8-pound, 2-ouncer. Nice one yesterday though, he had a 7+, 7-1 I think.
Back over to Seth Fighter, just put his first one in the boat a few minutes ago. Hooked up again.
Nope. Oh, he bit like a better one. Nope. Working on an 8-pound limit. He bit like a big one. I thought I had me one. £1.25.
Three more to a limit for Seth Fighter, looking for 5 big ones all around. Everyone out here today is hoping to do just that. Let's get out to Kyle Patrick.
Big fella checking in on you here. How's it going?
It's slow, but I got a big old smile on my face because the lowest we can fall is 10th, and I'm having fun. Flipping around my power shot, deception worm, and just hoping for a couple big bites. I got 2 little keepers that I caught on the jig, and I still have Creed stuck in my head, so I'm singing it to myself as we move along the bank. That's pretty much what I got going on right now. But when I catch a big one, I will be sure to let you all know. You'll hear it from a while. You might hear it back at the ramp. Because I just want to crack a big old giant. But yeah, it's been slow, pretty slow. And
Kyle got a rough start this year down at the St. Johns River, but brought it back in with a 21st place finish at Okeechobee. So he's looking good. His point situation is not that bad right now, 37th unofficially.
Yeah, you heard a lot of anglers day one that we had the cameras on saying this is a numbers process. Go through a lot of these smaller fish and catch a big one every now and then, but Kyle Welcher showed them you got to catch big ones all the time.
Yes, that's right. That's no other prescription but that to be a part of the conversation here. Made it a lot of fun to watch. It's fun to play as well. B.A.S.S has 3 ways to play fantasy fishing today, and the original game is still the best. Pick 5 from different buckets to do well in a tournament and see how well you can be, see how far up that world list you can get. Hit the QR code and check out Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
The 2 key players for me this week have been a shaky head and a drop shot rig. And you wouldn't typically think that on a place like this, kind of a tidal fishery, but that's what I've had to do to get these fish to bite. I did weigh in 1 big one today on a jig, and I weighed in 1 decent one the first day on a frog, but every other fish has either been on a shaky head with a live target straight tail worm, same worm I was throwing at the Classic a couple weeks ago, and then a drop shot with a live target finesse worm. It's got a slimmer tail on it, so I like it for that drop shot because it gives you a little bit more action.
The 12th year elite, Brandon Lester from Tennessee there. 2 wins with the Bassmaster. Did good at the Classic this year, 7th place, had a great Classic. Kind of activated him, a slow start to his season, but bringing it back in.
Cold front, once the fish have already kind of started spawning and stuff, a lot of times you get them cool nights and that water temperature drops 3 degrees and it sets them back. It's been happening kind of all week. I mean, the afternoon has, I would say, really when a lot of the fish have been being caught, because that's how it's been for me. I mean, I'll get a few bites first thing in the morning, and then it seems like about 11 o'clock or so they'll start firing off. So hopefully that happens again today. This little stretch right here, maybe 50, 60 yards long, but yesterday I was swimming my jig through here and I had a bunch of fish wake my swim jig, and I know there were several fish starting to spawn right here, so I'm just pitching around right now, just seeing if I can catch one of those. Still trying to get that clue that I need, to be honest with you. I mean, I still feel like we're gonna catch them, but I'm ready for it to happen whenever they are, I can tell you that.
Yep, for most of these anglers, the afternoon has been the best part of the day. For Kyle, all day has been the best part of the day.
That's right.
But it's typical this time of the year with the colder nights, and then it's not been warming up as much as we would like, but those water temperatures start to rise and those fish tend to move up and position on cover better in the afternoon.
What is it also? Length of day, you know, and having more sun this time of the year, just like when you have the deer moving in the fall, it's like length of, as the day shortens, there's windows that pop up or lengthens.
And even though you don't have ideal conditions, the reason Kyle has been able to keep catching these fish is those fish had already committed. They had already moved up, those bigger females, in the area that he's at, unlike a lot of the other areas that these other anglers are struggling more in. And even when the water temperature starts to drop, if they're so far along, and that, like you mentioned, Ronnie, the length of day, the full moon, all those other things are pushing them to the process of the spawn, then they're just going to stay there. And Kyle found an area that's got a lot of those females that were already committed to a stump or a certain spot that they just have not left.
Weather today, much like day one, very bright and sunny. The last 2 days have been more clouds than sun.
Cooled off pretty good last night, though, Tommy, under 50 degrees.
Yeah, 47, I think, last night.
And it won't hit 60 today till past noon.
Looking at Kyle Welcher on the top left there, he is set up on another fish. He has found him another one.
Yeah, that 5-pounder I caught was actually just, he was just roaming down the bank. He wasn't even sitting by a stump. And then that 2-pounder, you know, I didn't even see the fish. I threw out a stump and she just came flying up and ate it as soon as it hit the water, so. But it's been a mixture of just fish cruising down the bank and also structure-oriented fish. First time we've had stumps.
I think what Easton is talking about there is what we were just talking about, these fish being off the bank throughout this tournament. During official practice, especially the first day of the practice, the water levels were higher in most of these areas. These guys are fishing, and then the water temperatures were definitely about 8 to 10 degrees more.
Yeah.
So if you look at that shallower cover up there, that's where a lot of the anglers were catching them in their official practice. But now, most of the anglers that we've been able to have cameras with have caught all of their fish outside of that visible cover, using their electronics, finding isolated pieces of, you know, some type of cover, a stump, a cypress knee, a patch of grass, a little small rock pile, just different types of cover offshore. But still shallow, 3 to 5 feet.
Get back over to Brandon Lester.
Have to be 14 inches minimum length, and that was not a 14-inch bass.
Brandon's lone Elite Series victory has come on a river, Tennessee River, Lake Pickwick.
Yeah, this rig right here is something a little different. Get this hook tied on. I'll show you the worm and how I'm setting it up and everything. So obviously I'm fishing these docks, and you can't really skip a drop shot rig. So I need something, when they're on those outside poles, I just pitch that drop shot over there. And honestly, that's what I've caught most of my fish on this week. But I've also been throwing this rig right here, and it's something a little different. I'll show you guys how I'm setting it up right here. But I just want something, there's a little bit of brush around these docks, and if I just throw a wacky worm in there with an exposed hook, then I'll end up getting hung up, and I'm just not efficient. So what I'm doing, I'm taking that's a live target, 6.5-inch straight tail worm. That color's called blue and purple. It's basically like a June bug color. 1/16 ounce mustad tungsten nail weight. Stick it right there in the head of that worm, just like that. Then I take a 3/0 mustad grit pin edge. It's basically just a straight shank finesse hook. I come right in here, get me a little bit of that worm, about a 1/4 inch or so. Slide it up on that keeper just like that right there. And then I just hook it just like you would a Texas rig. So it's basically a weedless wacky rig. And you can see when you put it in the water, see it looks just exactly like a wacky rig, but it's 100% weedless and it skips like a rock. So pretty cool little deal. Honestly, it's something that I've just started playing with, but it's a bite getter. It works. Perfect for this situation.
Nice little demo there. Only thing left is big bite right now.
Right now. Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, that's actually what he's using. Doing great in the tournament.
Yeah, 24 pounds yesterday. You can't argue with that.
And you see him rig it up and make a cast during official competition. Doesn't get any better than that.
Thank you, Brandon Lester. Good stuff. One of our 10 anglers out there today.
I just wanted to say, Tommy, we know we've been talking about history. Easton and Tyler, with their fish today, just passed what Kyle Welcher weighed in after 2 days of competition. That is crazy. We're on day 4 now. That is crazy.
Oh.
Kyle's on day 4.
Kyle's on day 4, absolutely. Oh, we have got plenty more to come from this day 4, Championship Sunday, when we return. Later today, it's door-to-door and bumper-to-bumper action at the last Great Coliseum as the NASCAR Cup Series goes short track racing at Bristol. Pre-race kicks things off at 1:30 Eastern with the green flag flying at 3 today on FS1. Always fun to watch racing at that place. This is not a short track here. This is a wide, vast playing field, one of the biggest we ever go on. 2 million acres. It's estimated, and that's the best we can do. I mean, the length of the Outer Banks, the length of the state of north to south of North Carolina, and all the connecting waterways, 2 million acres.
See, this is one of those road courses, Tommy. But
Right,
Kyle
right.
Welcher's cutting every corner, going through the grass, just driving
Yeah.
straight. That's what he's blowing the field away. You just said during the commercial break, if he catches another 7, he'll unofficially be up by 50 pounds.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
And
we're going to him right now. What if it is a 7?
He's a little overdue for his
Who
next
knows?
7-pounder
Oh my
based on the
gosh.
schedule.
Yeah, it's been 30 minutes. You're right.
Yeah.
He was right here about 10 minutes ago. I knew he was locked in on one. Got some obstacles in the way on this one, though, that lay down.
Oh.
That's what I was afraid of. Broke her off.
She was getting so freaking hot, dude. Gosh. The limb, yeah. But I mean, it was in her mouth, you know? Oh yeah, a little.
There you had that 10-pounder on.
Here we go, right in the fish, right in the middle of this laydown. A few barnacles on those limbs. Most of the fish he has caught this week have been on stumps, and those stumps have been silted in around them. So a lot of those stumps that, you know, at some point hundreds of years ago would have been, you know, 3 feet high, but now there's only about a foot of those stumps above the surface. So it's not a lot in your way when you hook up with 107
Yeah.
to 10-pounders, but that was a different
That's a tougher
scenario.
Tougher spot right there, yeah.
Kind of saw it coming.
Better one fighter hooked up again.
Give up. Just give up. A little bit better. Two-pounder anyways. Number 5. Maybe I'm sitting on top of them. They've been out there, but first little pitch back here, I got a good one, or a better one. 2 1/4. Hopefully that's our small one at the end of the day. Or even better, we don't have them at all. I'll take them for the time being. The limit. Just waiting on the sun to get up and catch the big ones.
So 5 placeholders there for Seth Fighter. Fully expects to get rid of those, replace them with bigger ones today. Back to Shane LaHue. Shane's 1 shy of the limit.
I don't know if that's a bass or that'd be a catfish. No, it's bass. It's a big one. He's a decent one, not a big one. He's got 1 hook, of course. That's crazy. I had one fall on it, and there's 2 that just came out of nowhere, off the bottom. It's 2 1/2. What's that? All right, sounds good, man. Thank you. Yeah, I got a limit now. They don't weigh a whole lot, but I got a limit. Yeah. What you got me down for? Yeah. What's that? That sounds about right. Oh.
He said there were 2 of them?
Mm-hmm.
Good deal.
There's one fighting over it.
And normally when you do hook up with one and there's 1 or 2 there, Davey, it seems like the other one follows it, and it didn't. It stayed put.
I don't know if he's gonna help or not.
Shane with a limit for 11, 12.
No idea. Scale wouldn't work.
All 2 to 2 1/2 pounders.
I don't think so. I don't think he's gonna help.
Sun's getting up higher in the sky.
Yeah.
Looks like the bite is picking up.
A little bit of action stirring up here as we officially out of the first quarter. If this day were a football game, we're out of the first quarter now. Like Seth Fighter, he's got to limit the boat.
Barely got it. Back little hook. Dang it. Don't do it. It's not that big, but yeah, I know he's gonna come off. Oh, he came off, but I got him with the middle hook. He was hooked in the mouth at first. They're being so funky, dude. Little Maverick. There's a pile of them sitting there. I don't know why they're not biting my drop shot. I came over 5 fish before one moved.
Seth mentioned the old Maverick. That's a Rapala Maverick.
Lip, and he
Jerk bait.
that hook came out, but the other one's in the back. Got him when he turned. Some good BMC red lines on there for you. It'll be a little call. Get rid of that pound and a quarter anyway. Pound and 3/4. Number 4. Got us a whopping 9 pounds. Welcher, watch out. Coming for him.
Got him some sharp hooks on that one there. Able to get that fish in.
Yeah.
Barely had him hooked to start with.
Had the back hook in the mouth to start with, and then one of those other set of treble hooks got him just below the mouth. Good news is he said there's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, this cast has been working.
Just throwing that man. Be sick of that old pink worm. Pile of them there.
One after the other for the last few minutes for our 2021 Angler of the Year, Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Seth Feider. Let's take a look at the 2025 standings right now. As we stand right now, it's a tie. John Garrett, who's led this list for more than anyone else during the course of this year, tied with Will Davis Jr. of Alabama for the top spot. Very close behind them, Jay Shakurat and Jake Whitaker.
Fighter with another top 10 this week. He's 14th just off this list.
Well, he's looking to repeat, do it maybe one more time. The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats. No, pardon me, Progressive Insurance this time around. We got 2 for 1 on sponsors there, I guess, so we'll catch up when we go through the day. I don't think anybody's going to catch up to Kyle Welcher. I'm just going to lay it out there.
Yes.
I don't put nothing's out of the realm of complete possibility, but man, what a performance by this young man, seeking his first Bassmaster Elite Series trophy, but he has done a lot. He's done a lot today. Garnered himself a Century Club belt, which is something that all these anglers prize so highly, and not in a small way. He jumped a whole lot of anglers when he hit 105 pounds and 14 ounces. His lead is incredible, and he's got to watch this spectacle as it unfolds. We've been watching it for 3 days, and a guy who said, I may not catch 10 pounds on the first day based on his practice.
Yes, certainly been different than that. Like you said, it's been a spectacle. He's fishing for a fish right now, if you're just tuning in, that he broke off on a hook set a few minutes ago. Would not surprise me if he doesn't get this fish to bite again. The 10-pounder that he caught yesterday, he lost twice before he was able to get it to bite the third time. So we'll see. Might even still have the bait in his mouth. If he's able to get this fish to bite again.
That's true. I was thinking about that.
Here we go.
That's the male.
That's going to be the male.
Now we're gonna see if she'll bite.
of them the whole time?
Yeah, I've seen him, but she ain't been around him. She's been just behind him.
That one doesn't move him anywhere on the
him.
all-time
So
list. He's still in the same spot he was. There's about a 2-pound gap between spots, and he's right in the middle.
If I got any in that side. Maybe.
You're getting closer to a limit, though, so we can breathe easy.
Absolutely.
It's definitely bass.
You say that, Tommy, but it is one of those things he wouldn't be limping to the finish line by any means. He's dominated this whole event, but you want to just wrap up a great week with not a terrible, tough day. Just, you go get 20-something pounds at least and continue to keep the foot on the gas like he has.
Once you catch that male, you know pretty quickly if things are going to happen or not. Usually we get very protective usually when the male is away from there. As long as she stays, sometimes she will just leave. We're about to see. I don't think she's left looking at Kyle.
Yeah, I think Kyle's can see her there somewhere in all of that. Let's get away from our local home base area where so many of our anglers are concentrating today and get out again to Kyle Patrick from Cooperstown, New York, part of that great freshman class from last year, 2024. He's done very well for himself.
Okay. All right, come over here. You want him? You can't. He said.
That was fish number 3 for Kyle. Brandon Lester.
That ain't that big, but it's a decent one. Might have just figured something out anyway. Looked a lot bigger than that on the graph, I can tell you that. It's a little shallow piece of wood over there. I think she was spawning on it. You can tell that's female. She got a little pudgy belly on her.
Wood is so important here, not a place with a whole lot of rocks. Submerged vegetation hasn't played big here.
It has not. That's a little surprising, but it's not so surprising that these fish a lot of them are spawning. You just heard Brandon mention, I think it's spawning on that piece of wood, literally on top of the wood.
And as Kyle Welcher told us yesterday, these larger pieces, the stumps especially, retain some heat.
Yes.
And when things cool off a little bit, the spawning fish like to position themselves where they get a little bit of the benefit of a warmer water.
Yep, those stumps that are the top of them are above the water line absorb that heat from the sunlight, radiant heat from the sun during the day.
And if you're just tuning in for the first time on a body of water that has cypress trees, Davey, it's not just a tree in your backyard that, boom, there it is. It is cavernous inside the base of that tree under the water. There's cypress knees, which are the roots that, keep the tree living in that water. They go out much farther. So when you see the pitch to the bottom of the tree, you actually have 10 more feet of hang-ups possibility.
Yep, hang-ups / habitat for the fish. And you know, this whole week has been surprising that what a great fishery this is, but when you look at it and you see all the habitat, the vegetation, the wood, especially the cypress trees, because you have the cypress knees, the cypress roots that are above the bottom. Oftentimes a lot of the root system itself is above the surface but below the surface of above the ground but below the surface of the water.
Gosh, she was on it. I don't see no possible way I'm gonna land her.
Oh yeah.
Gotta get over like a limb, then another tree, then that. Like, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Shane LeHue in the lower right there. Shane lives 5 hours away, but he's still here in the state of North Carolina. Says he can't believe he hasn't been here before, but he spent some time filling us in on what he has learned.
So this place to me is very unique. You know, everybody considers it pretty tidal, but honestly, I think it's more wind-driven tide than anything. I don't think there's very big tide swings here. It's absolutely massive, number one. This is probably one of the bigger playing fields we've ever been to. And it is a super unique place. Most rivers are kind of similar, I would say. Like, you know, we're in the Pasquotank, we can go to the Perquimans, we can go all the way to the Roanoke. And they're all kind of similar, cypress tree deal, broken off stumps under the water. The North River is a little more unique. It does have some broken off stumps and things under the water, but not near as many cypress trees. It almost looks like you're going red fishing or trout fishing. You know, it's a lot of reeds, bank grass, and most of that isn't in the water, but it's unique in that way in the North River. So this is definitely one of the more unique places I've ever been to.
Third stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, but not too late to get in on the fantasy action. The Falcon Rods Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge is one of 3 games that you can play. You can play for free. Very challenging, this one here. You get to pick 8 players for the upcoming tournament, the next tournament you have coming up. But the angle is, Ronnie, those 8 players, you can't use them again the rest of the year. You have to choose wisely.
Yeah, you do have to pick them wisely. I picked Brandon Polinick the week after he won Okeechobee. What I had already scheduled my season out and planned it. I have Kyle Welcher for the Sabine River later this year. Unfortunately, didn't pick him this week. But next week at next event at Hartwell, I could see some of our rookies getting picked. Tucker Smith, Paul Marks, Emil Wagner, guys like that. Brandon Cobb. If you didn't use Shane LeHue, keep an eye on him for sure. But there'll be some wild cards as well that you wouldn't have expected that'll make our top 10 too.
Kyle Welcher had a second place classic finish there. Some
That's
people
right,
probably
yeah.
were saving him for Hartwell next
Sure,
week.
yeah.
Here we go. Got her out of the tree, I think.
Poles ain't going up. God, she just came out of there, dude.
Wow.
That sucker. Pretty as it gets right there, son.
There wasn't no catfish.
It was not a catfish. That was one of those where I probably could have caught her faster, but I really wanted to not throw over all the cover, you know? That is a nice one. Go. They got to catch 50 today now.
It's taking 2 days to catch her now.
Got my long little bit, but not bad.
That was it.
When I laid into her, I just like slow pulled, you know. I didn't bust her.
I saw that.
Yeah.
You just tipped her head up.
Puts him in the top 25 all-time weights.
She
Wow,
looked that
12
big
pounds, 11
because
ounces.
I didn't see her side.
Went in what, 5.5, something like that?
It is a 5.5.
5.5.
Beautiful fish.
Puts him at 4 for 17, 13 right now.
What a crazy week.
Crazy week is right.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
Just kind of rearranged everything you thought possible in a day of fishing, or 4 days of fishing.
Moved his lead to 47-11.
Never. I've had 4 days of, you know, catching them good, but never like this quality, because I mean, it's just unbelievable. I bet if you, there's not that many 7-pounders weighed in, you know, and I've caught 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 over 7. Like, it's unbelievable. It don't make any sense, but it's happening. We need 2 more 7s.
Tommy, 8 7s is 56 pounds, and that would put him right there contending for the other tournament in 7th or 8th.
I'm only halfway laughing at that. I mean,
That's crazy.
I've learned to.
We've done this a lot. You've done this more than Davey and I in terms of watching tournaments and doing it. Davey's been a part of a lot of it.
This is something
Crazy.
else.
Yeah, so
Something completely
the whole
different.
reason I started here is because I had a bedfish found in practice. It was one good one. It was a 6-pounder. I found it up there, and I actually saw it first with my eyes. And I just got super lucky and like caught a glimpse of it. And obviously I found it on here and got it to bite day 3 of practice. So I started on it in the tournament, and I was going to catch that fish, and then I was going to run to the Perquimans River, because that's where it felt like was fishing the best. And I had one offshore stump up there, so I caught the 6-pounder. I ran around and fished some other stuff, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna go just look for a minute. And I stopped at the other end of this bank, and I trolled for 2 minutes and found a 7-pounder. Then I caught that 7-pounder, and then I didn't really know exactly where to look yet, so I trolled for like 45 minutes and never caught another one. And I drove down from the bridge, down almost out of the Pasquotank. I went in a little canal, and I caught a keeper. And I was idling out of that canal, and I thought, man, I've got 3 for almost 16. I've already survived today. Let's go back up there where I caught them 2 big ones. And I went back, and I started going down this stretch, and I mean, I caught 2 more 7.25s, and then I lost a 7. It was like unbelievable. So ever since then, me idling out of that canal and decided to turn back left, that changed the whole tournament. And I told some people that 6-pounder was gonna make my tournament. But what I meant was I was gonna catch that fish and then go catch 4 2-pounders and have 14, and then the next day catch 4 2-pounders and we'll have 26 and make the cut. That's what I meant. I didn't know it was gonna put me in the area where all this was going down. But one fish that I found at 6:45 at the end of the day 3 of practice is, I mean, that started this whole deal. I mean, what can you say? If you're not religious, you should have been in this boat for the past 4 days.
Wow. He's a thinker, you know.
Oh, man.
All that stuff makes sense, and he was calculating. I've already made my day. Now I'm on house money. He's a professional poker player.
I can get 4 2-pounders tomorrow, make a cut. Yep. Everything's looking great.
Yep.
It is crazy how your mindset changes. If I just need to get a bite to figure out what I need to do, I just need to make the cut and get it checked this week, and all of a sudden it just one correct fish goes from I'm going to make the cut to holy cow, this could be the winning area.
Sounds to me he wants to get 2 more 7-pounders, get over 30 pounds all 4 days. It's only been done once last year, Trey McKinney.
Yeah, I'm out here.
You got a fish that you're bringing back?
Yeah, I got one. I might have 2 if he keeps. Okay, I guess we can't go back. We'll see. It's gonna be close.
Oh boy. It's so close. It's like touching.
Fish have to be 14 inches to keep. If it touches the line, that means it's 14 inches.
Yeah, that's.
Just have to be careful and keep that nose of the fish up on the other end of the board like it's needs to be.
And flipping the board over doesn't change.
No. As many times as we still try that every year, someone does. Out to Trey McKinney. Haven't seen much of Trey today.
Well, today is going to be a tough one. I know that much already. Heck, I've only seen one fish today, and I've caught 2 flipping. So it's gonna be an interesting day today. I just I don't feel like there's many fish left in my areas. Because even to begin with, like even on a good day, you really didn't see that many fish. Like you have to get bid on what you see or what you throw to. And right now it is sparse in between. But I think what I want to do, I'm just gonna go, with it being hot, bright skies, and the fish want to be shallow, but with this cold weather they're not. I'm gonna go, I feel like fish some real shallow pockets, kind of like this. See if I can find them doing that. So if I can find them roaming back there, like just sitting, waiting to go up, as soon as it warms back up, those fish are good. Usually easier to catch, and they're big. Usually, I caught 2 like that yesterday, a 4 and a 5. So we'll see. You don't see very many doing it, but if we just run enough pockets, surely a goodness we'll see a couple, right? Maybe. Possibly. Who knows? It's a really weird time right now. I don't know if the fish are post-spawn, pre-spawn. I have no idea. It's like you catch one that's fat, you catch one that's skinny, you catch one, and it's like you catch them all different places too. It's not like, oh, they're up deep or anything. I don't really know anything about this fishery. Just trying to catch some of those bass.
3 3/4.
All right, if you just joined our broadcast, and not having watched any of this tournament, you look at that 4 box right there, and you look at those weights, the deficits these guys have to the leader, you'd say, well, this site's been hacked or something. You know, that's just some sort of prank.
We've never
right
seen
no
anything like that. That's not their total weight. That's the amount that they are behind the leader.
Yeah.
62, 60, 56, 48.
Oh my goodness.
And these are the top 10 anglers. These are top 10 anglers.
These are the ones who did their job better than 192 other anglers during the course of this thing.
Davey, do they get their feelings hurt and something like that happens?
I don't know, because I've had my feelings hurt a lot of times in bass tournaments, but no one's experienced this.
So we normally have, Tommy, Davey, we normally have most of our top 10 take the lead, and change hot seats on the final day and whatnot.
Yeah.
We have 6 anglers other than Kyle Welcher that just passed his day 2 weight. And it's a 4-day tournament.
4-day tournament.
That is just a figure I've never seen, and it's so hard to do it justice to compare it to anything else.
We throw around the phrase lap in the field. He truly has lapped the field a couple of times.
Oh my God, that's the 10-pounder bed, dude. There's another big one on it.
Uh-oh.
Well, it ain't a big one. It ain't a little one. Look at that.
Even his small fish are big.
101 other guys
Yeah.
that are like, here's my kicker for the day.
Three and 3/4. Yep.
3 3/4 gives him 21.5 pounds for the day. That'll put him 116 and a half, roughly. That's crazy.
Yeah, that fish now reflected on our unofficial leaderboard for Bass Track. Oh my goodness. Hey, I can fish for 4 days, burn 3 gallons of gas, and beat all but 4 of you guys by 50 pounds.
Quick quote, when I talked to Brandon Lesser last night, he said, it feels weird being in second, being down by 35. How about being in second, being down by 55?
Just, where are we? What is going
Kyle
on
Patrick
here?
has been doubled up, and he's in our top 10.
Unbelievable. Kyle Welcher on a rampage and no signs of letting up. I think there's more to come.
Oh, yeah.
The road to the Indy 500 hits the streets of Long Beach for the 50th running of the Long Beach Grand Prix, the fastest racing on earth. Continues today, 4:30 Eastern on Fox. At least some thrills, chills on the West Coast. We are being thrilled by one of the most incredible Bassmaster performances ever. These 4 days at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Albemarle Sound here in this incredible place that's pretty much untapped by the Bassmasters through the year. Hadn't had a tournament here since 1981. Man, oh man, has it been kicking them out for one angler in particular? You see who it is. Kyle Welcher right there. Came out in the Elite Series in 2020. Kind of showed a flash of brilliance when he caught a 10-pound plus on the St. John's River that year as a rookie. Now let's take a look at the representation on the map of his big fish on days 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, you take a look at that. He obviously has not traveled very far from takeoff, probably has not burned a full tank of gas total. Probably a half of a tank of gas in 4 days, which is so unusual. We had so many anglers traveling over 100 miles one way, or several of them over 100 miles one way.
Let's get back to Kyle Patrick sitting in 8th place. 3 fish in the live well.
Not a keeper. I don't think. We're definitely gonna find out.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately, it is. Okay. We've got a whopping 4. I'm just doing this hoping I, for some odd reason, come across like a 7 that wanted to pull in here. I caught a 9 in here in practice.
It's not as easy for the rest of the field to find those 7, 9, and 10 pounders as it is for Kyle Welcher.
Good practice has not been a guarantee of good results during the course of this tournament. A bad practice, though, is what Kyle Welcher says has been key to his victory here, or his impending victory, I should say. One of the key elements there.
Kyle Welcher making a long run, about 200 yards.
He didn't want to
That is.
He didn't want to burn the trolling motor. He wanted to make sure his big motor was still charged up,
Yeah.
ready to go battery-wise,
Yeah.
you know, fire it
Hope
up
he
a little
didn't
bit.
break any brackets or anything on that run.
To a place we've seen him before.
Yes. Caught a couple big ones right around this marina.
I think up against that bulkhead at the back is the only place we've seen him throw something else, something different, you know, from what he's been doing all week. Yeah, glide bait.
We haven't seen him pick a glide bait up now and then. I think he caught one the second day on that glide bait. I don't know if he waded in, but that's the only other bass that I've seen him catch. It's been the Crush City Bronco Bug. 1/4 ounce sinker, a 4-aught Gamakatsu hook. 20-pound test line has been his setup all week long.
Kristen Hamner says, I've enjoyed this. We had a lot of fun this week, except I broke my back 3 times. He's been making some longer runs in the earlier days.
I mean, under the boat. Oh, you ain't got nowhere to grab. Yay.
Super sharp hooks.
There's a
You have
big
to be
one
real
with it.
careful when that bait's outside the mouth.
Giant. Isn't that so cute? One four. How close do I gotta hold it? Does that look big?
All the old tricks to make the fish look good for the pics. These guys know all those ins and outs. Take a look at that's where Kyle Welcher is right now. That place has been productive for him. Hey, another fantasy option for you of the 3 games. Bassmaster Fantasy. This is a TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. Angler versus angler. Head-to-head matchups. 7 different matchups listed for each and every tournament here. They each have a sort of a theme, and you can pick the winners in each one. You are beating the field, that's for sure. 2025 St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. The Pasquotank River, 3rd stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Live coverage sponsored by Rapala on this Championship Sunday. A week when we have seen so much, and it's all been kind of new to us. So why don't we just all share what we have seen a little bit with our Yamaha Midday Report. And this Midday Report is going to be about the #1 story of this tournament. You'll get no arguments on this one at all. It's been Kyle Welcher all the way.
Absolutely, Tommy. It's been Kyle Welcher and Kyle Welcher. I mean, we love Brandon Lester, Trey McKinney, Seth Fighter, Shane Hugh. We usually go down about 3, 4, maybe even 5 places, but look at the leaderboard there. Look at the weights. This has got to be the Yamaha Midday Report. Kyle Welcher and Kyle Welcher.
Well, it has been a display of magnificence, just mastery of the pro fisherman's art here. And Kyle Welcher started on day #1, giant limit, over 30 pounds, 7 pounds ahead of everyone else, and just kept going. You thought, well, he's peaked out here. No, he had not.
And the thing that, like so many tournaments, when you say, wow, he had a great practice, he had all this plan before it happened, said he found 1 6-pounder on the bed day 1, or the last day of practice that he started on day 1, and that's what led to all of this. Over 30 pounds every single day. And to be honest with you, I didn't think he could start it off again on day 4 with a 7-pounder. He said he had located 1 fish, but he started out again with another 7-pounder.
How many of those that look like that has he caught? I can't even think of it now this week. It's too many to count. And that earns him a big title here, one of the biggest we give away in weeks of, in a week of live, Bassmaster Live, and that's the Marathon Peak Performance, crushing the competition.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, it's still early in the fishing day. Day 4, unofficially at 21 pounds 9 ounces, but he's not done yet. He absolutely has a great chance to break a lot of records. One in particular, to be able to catch 30 pounds plus 4 days in a row on a Bassmaster Elite Series has only been done one other time. So Kyle Welcher, definitely our peak performance, marathon peak performance, Kyle Welcher. What a week he has had.
And you talked about it earlier, Davey. There's anglers who catch 100 plus pounds and they do it 3 or 4 different bait rotations. That has been his player, the Rapala Crush City Bronco Bug, black and blue sapphire. And when he's broke off a fish or missed a fish, he's put another one of those on. He hasn't really gone to anything else. And with 116 and change right now, he has moved into 17th all time. Wow. 17th all time in weight. And that's unofficial. Obviously, he could be in the 117, 118 pound range right now, but we'd assume it's close.
Tyler Williams waiting for a big one to show up. Multiple big ones would be preferable.
He didn't get a lot of bites yesterday, but boy, he had the right size. Smaller for him today.
I wonder if this one will keep. I don't like playing this game. I wish they were bigger. I can unhook them before I measure them. Oh my gosh, another one of these. He's good. Number 3. This is rough. Yep. Florida bag right here. Somehow they're getting smaller. It's crazy.
Fishing the same area with the same bait he fished a lot of the day yesterday, and every bite was 3 to 5 pounds. Yeah. He's having to measure them to be sure they're 14 inches long today.
See the line run off, you never know what it's gonna be.
22.5 yesterday for Tyler.
I'm hoping.
Man from Maine, known as the Barefoot Bandit, but I noticed he has some footwear on today.
Socks, maybe?
Socks, yeah, maybe just hey, that's a small concession to
step in the right direction.
You let him
very
catch
good, Davey Hyde.
You let him catch a 5-pounder, and I bet you the shoes come off. Tell me, don't you worry.
Okay.
So there's one. Just had one follow me down out of this basically lay down. But it's weird, out of this whole river there's just little tiny zones where I'll see, you know, 1 to 5 fish, and then you can go a long ways without seeing one. I still am not sure. I thought it was the muff pockets that was holding them, but I have a couple main river stretches that have them now too, and I can't put the recipe together on what to look for.
Only 3 anglers with limits so far on this day, so it has been a little bit slower start. Maybe the coldest morning we've had of all our days. And back to hunt Welcher.
I picked up, dude, my freaking line was gone.
See, an angler set the hook like that, and you think, why would he jerk so hard? Well, if you see the size of the bass that he's been setting the hook on, that was not expected to be that small. He's been setting the hook like that on bass that are 7 to 10 pounds.
Yeah, if you're a small fish and your man's been catching 7-pounders all week, you're going to suffer. That's just no way around it.
Airborne.
Well, so far our day has been just nothing, man. We haven't got any fish. We haven't had any bites to speak of. Really just doing fishing the pattern that I fished to catch all my big fish, and I've caught some really big ones this week. You know, I had an 8, had 2 over 7, just a Strike King rage bug. Just, you know, these fish are coming to these trees to spawn, and that's what I'm trying to keep my bait around. It has been incredibly slow over the course of the first 3 days also. I mean, today, I'm not surprised that we're struggling. I really thought we might have 2 or 3 by now, but it just hasn't happened. So I'm just gonna keep on doing that, because that's how I caught my big ones. I mean, if I could kind of get in a little rhythm like I did yesterday and hit a stretch and catch 2 or 3 really quick, maybe I'd have a chance to fill out a limit. But you don't have to even catch a limit out here to have a really good bag. I might catch 2 or 3 fish that weigh 20 pounds. So that's all I'm trying to do. Just kind of fish some new water too. I'm trying to keep that honest, but I'm always drawn to that one little area where I got my bites. But we've been through it twice and haven't had a single touch. So trying to expand that a little bit. I've caught fish here, like one of my 7-pounders came here the first day, but there's a couple little stretches, you know, that I haven't fished, and trying to fill in all the little voids that I haven't touched yet.
66-pound deficit for Keith Combs. I'm not trying to rub it in there, not at all. I mean, this should be a stress-free day, I would think, because you're not going to have to duel somebody down the final home stretch to try to win this thing. You've just got to do. And he caught almost 20 pounds yesterday. So.
Yeah, like I said, he's
almost 19. I should.
A couple 7s, an 8, the first 3 days of the tournament. He's had a good event. He really has. But.
Keith Combs, a guy who's caught 100 pounds plus in 3 days of fishing, not in an elite series event, but on a big-time bass fishing event in Texas. Once upon a time.
So he knows what it's like to be in a position similar to Kyle. Everything's going right.
This is the stretch of docks we saw Lester catch that.
Ain't near as big as the one we caught there yesterday.
Last big one yesterday. There it is.
Yeah, I think it was that exact dock.
Yeah.
Something about that little corner right there. They sure do like it. That's a little fat, chubby female.
Davey Welcher has made Pasquotank
King
of the Carolinas.
Right over there on the bed.
Sandy Cooper
Get it to bite.
That is
Dark
amazing.
115-15 back in 2006.
Would have never guessed
There's
that.
only 3 lakes with more: Clear Lake, Falcon, and Fork.
Wow.
Water temp's warming up a little bit. Maybe they'll go to biting here pretty soon.
What is it?
It is at 62.
Was he in the top 20 of all time now with his limit right now?
Yes.
He's
yes.
entered
17th. 17th, unofficially.
All-time winning weights.
Yes, and within a Within a pound, you know, give or take, of being like top 15. You know?
Oh my gosh. Well, it won't be official though until we get to the weigh-in, and the weigh-in will be happening at the end of the day. These are all estimated weights as it stands right now officially, but it will be official. 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That weigh-in will start over on Bassmaster.com, and sitting in that Yeti hot seat, not feeling too much heat, feeling pretty darn confident. The one and only Kyle Welcher. Later today, it's door-to-door and bumper-to-bumper action at the last great Coliseum as the NASCAR Cup Series goes short track racing at Bristol. Pre-race kicks things off at 1:30 Eastern with the green flag flying at 3 today on FS1. Forward to that. Beautiful weekend in this part of the world. St. Croix Bassmaster lead at Pasquotank River. Beautiful. Sunny skies today. Only had fully sunny skies on day number 1. The rest of it's been fairly cloudy. Getting better for some of these anglers when the sun gets higher in the sky and the shadows get a little more inviting to these fish.
Conditions have been better for some of these anglers, but it's been good all week long for Kyle Welcher.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously. But some of these anglers certainly having a lot better luck in the afternoon.
Let's get out to Justin Hamner. Oh, he's hooked up.
Not bad. Felt bigger than that. Stopped it. They're about to start biting. Little chunky fella. I caught like, I think it was 8 that weighed 2.7 yesterday. That one's 2.7. I don't know what it is about 2.7. But wow.
Justin Hamner hanging in there at 9th place, and there's 10th place. Keith Combs has not been able to put one in the box yet. Looking for him to break through any moment now. Good day yesterday.
Yeah, baby, face full of rage bug, baby. That's the one I missed, I guess. So I fished in there a minute ago, and we've had a slow morning.
That's a friend.
That's a freaking good one, yeah. And I missed the bite. Took a flapper off my rage bug. Doubled around this tree and came right back to it and pitched in there, and the line just sails out of there. There's the tank, man. It takes a long time to get a bite, but when you do, they're big. Get some water going in here for her. Yeah, fix the live wells up. Gosh. I love to hear that line just singing across the water, man. You hear it just that. That's good stuff. That's why we do this. Whew. Lordy, that's a big one. Man. I wonder if that was her. I kept, I gave it an extra second before I swung the first time.
So possibly there's a male there too. Maybe that was a male the first. I know I did that the first day. I had a male bite me and missed him, and then fished back in there and got a totally different bite, just like that. That first bite was just like, dunk, and dunk, 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 just swimming with it. Little fish, I think. It's hard to say. Shoot, I don't know nothing about bass fishing. Who does?
One more look at this. Key, that's a way to break a drought right there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 0 fish up to this point. Get a big, what did that one weigh?
I'm going to disagree with Keith Combs. I think he does know a little something about bass fishing. Keith Combs caught a lot of them that size in his career. We're glad that he broke the ice with a good old big one, big old good one.
6-pounder. And we got to remember, this might be his first top 10 since the end of 2022, but that was at the Mississippi River. We normally put him as a Texas deep cranker, kind of, you know, treble hooked bait person.
Yeah.
He's also made top 10s at Winyah Bay when we've been there. So this style of fishing's not out of his comfort zone at all.
West Point Lake, he's made top 10 there.
We got us a 6-pounder in a live well, or a heavy 5 for sure. Man, really, honestly, the first bass bite I've had all day. It's been a grind. It just has big fish, you know. That's like this area here, which is kind of the area that I've stayed in the last 3 days. The first day, I moved across and hung up again. It's gnarly. The first day I moved across and fished some other water, just struggled and came in here and caught a big one late, and then I've just made a career out of this area. And you just don't get many bites. It's real deceiving because it looks beautiful. And I practiced it and I noticed, man, it just doesn't seem to be very many fish here. This isn't gonna work. But if you buckle down, you'll get a few bites and you'll get a few of those kind. And that's what it's gonna take, you know. To even move up today, everybody's probably gonna struggle, but they'll come in with a good sack. I'm just hoping to fill out a limit and get a couple more big ones, or maybe just not even worry about catching a limit. Let's just catch 3 of those. That'll be 15, 16, 17 pounds, so that'll be good.
I mentioned Kyle Welcher doing the math. He's a poker player. Keith Combs, same deal. You know, do the math. You don't have to have 5 of those to have a good day.
I've been focusing on these more isolated trees out here, which is how I've caught them. Quite possibly, you know, some of these just trees that are going just kind of along these steeper banks might be something we start to focus on too.
Keith Combs catch 111 pounds in one of the windiest tournaments I've ever been to down in Zapata, Texas, back in 2013. We had a day canceled for wind.
Yeah, it was brutal there.
It was absolutely brutal. I had sand everywhere down there, but man, that was a big effort there. But Kyle Welcher surpassed that number here at a place that we weren't really expecting it. But man, oh man, we'll know to expect big things next time at the Pasquotank River. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite will continue. This is it, the 2025 St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. Pasquotank River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Final day action going on here.
Tommy, we got a big playing field this week, the Albemarle Sound, Pasquotank River. We had over 2 million acres in play. One of the biggest, if not the biggest playing field we've ever had on the Bassmaster Elite Series. You could stay in the Albemarle Sound. You could go to all the creeks and rivers available there. You could go north and make it into Virginia to Norfolk if you want, or you could go all the way down to Morehead City Bridge. That was the southern boundary. We like to say the eastern boundary, Tommy, was the Atlantic Ocean. Let's take a deep dive, though. We've been talking about this all week, the playing field that we have, and I put a red X here for where our home base is, the takeoff location, Elizabeth City waterfront right there, and that has been a very popular area. But when we think about all of the areas that have factored, at least on camera, we've had people in all kinds of the creeks and rivers, but we're seeing a good contingent of our top 10. About 5 of them today in the North River to the east and north of our takeoff. You've got obviously a lot of people in the Pasquotank today, the rest of our top 10. We've had anglers down in the Alligator River like Randy Howell day 1. We've had anglers like Drew Benton and Drew Cook go towards the Chowan River, make that long run. We've had the Roanoke River all the way in play as well. One big factor, though, that has prevented some of those places from being successful is the time aspect of it. And I want to show you the wind aspect that we have been dealing with all week long. And with this big playing field, an east wind blows a lot of waves, a lot of wind up this body of water. But when we've gotten this north wind the last 2 days, it's made maybe the runs on this north shore a lot easier, but it has changed the water. We've seen the water in the Pasquotank, the North River, drop out. It's gotten a lot shallower in some of these areas. So those farther trees out that Kyle Welcher, Keith Combs just mentioned it, maybe a steeper bank for him where it has a little bit more water on it with this water falling, keeps those fish safe and comfortable. So we've seen anglers have to adjust. Some of this water dropping out has been a big deal. And so with the deep dive app, you can go right there and look at satellite aspects, look for those cypress trees that Kyle Welcher's been keying in on in Elizabeth City. You can keep track of wind, water flow, as well as these rivers pump out more water or less water. So that's been kind of valuable for us to get a picture of this huge body of water and how it's kind of laying out 100 miles away from where we are in takeoff.
Yeah, it's a big place, hard to wrap your head around all of it, but boy, we look at the results this week and people seeing this place for the first time, a lot of them saying, I'd like to go there and fish. But what if I go there and it's unusually heavy winds going on, I wouldn't get to travel. Obviously, you can stay very close to Elizabeth City and get some fairly decent results here.
And Davey, we've heard from anglers there are about 10 to 12 good boat ramps that you can go and launch in any of these creeks and places.
Yeah.
You don't have to make the run.
You don't have to do the long haul.
All right. You know, we've already got a good bag, so the rest of the day, man, we're just going to try to have fun, try to catch a big one. It's fun to catch them 7-pounders, so we are en route to one now. We're looking for one. Or 10, or anything, really. It's just fun, man. This fishery, anything that says river behind the name, I feel super, super comfortable. But I have never found a place like this where there's just so many big ones. Like I've never seen it. For sure. Don't want to extend the tournament though, because then they might run me down. I'd like to extend it just long enough for me to catch 30 today.
He's having so much fun, he'd like to fish another few days.
I don't blame him. What a magical week.
We'll cut him a deal and cut the rest of the fish. We'll give you 4 more hours of fishing today. I think you can probably catch 30 because he's over 21 right now.
I think it's a no-brainer.
He has over 21 guys with 2 of the smallest fish we've seen him put in his live well all week.
That's a great
point. He's got 3 of the right ones to maybe hit 30.
He's 60 pounds ahead of 10th place. There are 16 anglers more than 100 pounds back. If he calls, it'll get up. It could be all 50 who didn't make the day cut.
Oh, my gosh. Well, he's done big things all week. He's done big things today. He's joined the Century Club, not in a small way, but in a large way, going to the top 20 in weights here. And also,
he could crack the top 10 by today.
He's got a half-century lead, something we've never seen before. That's a different kind of club.
And to reset the scene, Davey, you've been around, like you said, 30-plus years on the water and in studio here. For folks who do not know, 4-day Bassmaster Elite Series events, the record winning margin is 29 pounds, 10 ounces. Only one other time, which was last year, did someone ever beat another person by 20-plus pounds. That was Corey Johnston, 21. We had a 15-pound win by Brandon Polnick, which is the 4th or 5th largest winning weight ever. He's going to probably beat the winning margin by 20+ pounds, you know, like beating the past record by 20 pounds.
Yeah, in our world of Bassmaster Live, we call an 8-pound wind a complete wipe out of the field, a beat down. Yeah.
And we mentioned it a few minutes ago. Just a few weeks ago, we were saying that 29 pounds, a margin of victory may never be broken, and this is going to shatter it.
Oh. I feel like we're safe, Tommy, that we could say whatever he wins by today probably won't get broken.
Yeah, I feel confident for at least another week.
Now we can really feel it. We were just messing around when we said that other record.
49.5 pounds.
My goodness, what an angler, what an effort. Everything coming together, absolute magic. Perfect storm of great decisions, giving yourself every advantage, not making mistakes, and making the right bet at every turn. That's how you get a royal flush.
Yeah. Checking and going all in. That's the name of his game before he was a fisherman as a poker player.
Absolutely. Hats off to Kyle Welcher. What an incredible time. The weigh-in, we remind you, is coming up later today here. Everything will be made official. But it's been a great experience. Love our first trip for the Bassmaster Elite Series to North Carolina. Didn't know quite what to expect here. Heard some possible good reports.
Hey, buddy. Got some characters out there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, this place will get you wigged out with excitement.
It has been that. It really has.
Plenty of excitement. We have.
And this is with warm temps leading in and big winds and cold front throughout the whole tournament.
This was not
even ideal. No, April
ideal
weather,
spring
not at all.
Magic week. This was less than optimal a little bit for this time of year, but man, oh man, what a place. Once again, hats off to our host city, Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and all the folks here who made this possible. We got a whole half day of fishing coming up.
Certainly made it a bucket list destination for me.
Oh boy, you living in
North
South Carolina.
This part of the country, Tommy, you're 30 minutes from some of the best beaches in the country, some of the best fishing that you'll see as well.
Great state, North Carolina. Coverage continues hereafter on Bassmaster.com. The weigh-in will also be available for you at 3 p.m. Eastern Time over on Bassmaster.com. NHRA qualifying from Las Vegas is right around the corner here on FS1, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, yeah. It ain't over till it's over, baby.
Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. And we remain in this beautiful part of the world, North Carolina. For the first time, the Elite Series rolls into town, and the Pasquotank River has shown out in a big way. And the crazy thing is, when you look at the big weights and you look at everything that has happened here, by all accounts, this could have been so much better. Of course, an extreme cold front rolled into North Carolina, and as you can see, right on the coast, and those kind of waters do get affected, and it got affected in a big way here this week. But an incredible tournament we have, very diverse, a lot of different fish catches we saw, a lot of different water. But the story is one dude who did not do any of that, did not run, didn't go to the gas station, didn't go to the service yard, just spent his time catching grotesquely large bass.
Basically went against the grain in every way possible. You know, you and I were just talking about it. The way he's fishing is basically the way you would describe, an average guy having a fun day of fishing. He doesn't load the gas up with boat. He doesn't go far from takeoff. The only difference is Kyle Welcher has absolutely blasted him for 4 days in a row. What a performance by him. Obviously, right now on Bass Track has 21-9. Great start for him. You say that, but I mean, he's well behind what he's done, which is hard to say considering how impressive of a performance. But 116.7, obviously done a lot of his damage in the same area, same general stretch of the Pasquotank River, and putting on an absolute show.
After a much publicized tough pre-fish, caught the dirty 30 on day one, and here's a rare thing. His weights have increased every single day of competition. Obviously, yesterday, his biggest day of competition, and today he still has a little over 4 hours of competition time. An incredible lead. I mean, basically, we got a great tournament. From 2nd to 10th is an incredible tournament. but never mind them. In another universe is Kyle Welcher in second place. Is Brandon Lester with 67 pounds even. Hey, that's a good tournament. It's cute. But Kyle Welcher, 116 pounds, 7 ounces. Kyle, Jesse, what are we seeing here?
Uncharted territory. Obviously the record that Patrick Walters holds at Lake Fork, something that we thought would never get broken because it was so incredible at the time. Obviously, Kyle Welcher, with a ton of time left to fish, already has that record if it were to end right now. But I don't think he's done. Now the rest of the field's not done either, but he's off to a great start.
Give me an idea of what we're looking at. I mean, I know the day's not done in anglers, but what kind of 29 and change was the all-time record. What is his lead right now between first and second weight-wise?
Currently, his lead is 49.7 in front of Brandon Lester. Lester has 3 for 6. So, I mean, you want to say that gap will be diminished a little bit because he doesn't have a limit yet, but that would be suggesting that Kyle Welcher is not going to continue to catch him. It seems like every day he's done a lot of his damage in the afternoon. Yesterday, we saw the 10-pounder on live. Late in the afternoon, he said that fish pulled up, had not seen that fish prior to that day. So starting to get into the afternoon, starting to warm up a little. Still pretty chilly here, but certainly could do a lot more damage later on this afternoon.
So basically what you're saying is we could give the other 9 anglers in our top 10 2 more days of competition, and they still might not even catch him. I mean, you're going to have 25 a day.
25 a day, unless your Kyle Welcher has been unheard of. To be able to do it once is certainly uncommon. To do it for 2 days in a row is what it would take just to catch them where they're at right this second. So I don't know. I think I like his chances.
Well, the one thing that you do know, and you know it well, is our Bass Pro Shop's top tackle. Tell me how it's getting done.
Yeah, well, it's been publicized all week long. He's done it with one bait. You see right there, he's got 3 rods on his deck, but the main bait that he's been sticking with this week is a Rapala Crush City Bronco bug. 1/4 ounce weight, just a straight shank Gamakatsu flipping hook. That has been the bait that has done all of his damage. Every once in a while we'll see him pick up the glide bait. If he breaks one off, loses one, towards the end of the day even. I think when he's just goofing around, when he's already got 30 plus pounds, he's had a little bit of fun with that. But the Bronco bug has certainly been his key bait this week. And we got to talk to all the guys this morning. Obviously on Tuesday morning you can expect the Bass Pro Shop's Top Lures Gallery on Bassmaster.com. Did get to talk with Brandon Lester. He has done a lot of his damage on the live target 6.5 inch straight tail worm. Rigged it 3 different ways on a drop shot, shaky head, and an eco rig. That's been a key contributor for him all week. We've seen him with a spinning rod a lot. He is fishing a variety of different baits. You see on his deck there, he has more rods than just the few that Kyle Welcher has, but that has been the key bait for him. And then Trey McKinney, he's also keyed in on a Nico rig bite. That's the 6 cents Divine Shaky Head worm. That's the worm he's been Nico rigging. He showed me that this morning. And also throwing a prototype 5/16 ounce flipping jig with a bongo, a 6 cents bongo in 3.7 inch, I believe, or 3.3. So that's been his main 1-2 punch. We've seen that on live. He's been flipping trees and then, obviously targeting similar kinds of stuff that Welcher is, just with a Nico rig, and obviously not doing it quite as well, but it's had an outstanding tournament here.
Can't get off of it. I'm standing about right here. There we go. Oh, you're good. Ah, we're off. Okay.
He's doing something that a lot of our anglers have done, and that is spending time hung up on a stump. When you look at this from above the water, you don't realize the aquatic maze that it is under the water. And a lot of our anglers spent times hung up on a stump here this week.
That certainly seems to be a common theme. It definitely makes it tricky, too. We've talked about all week long about the raising and the falling of water. An area that you might have fished the day before and had no problem navigating the day, the next day if the water's falling out. Certainly more stumps than you're able to see, the day before.
Stumps aren't all bad. Maybe you're a tortoise and maybe you just want to hang out in the sun. I mean, tortoise need stumps, and it's a good day to hang out in a stump. The first day where you can actually hang out in a stump and enjoy the sun, because we have not seen a lot of sun here this week. But with that in mind, looking at our tournament leader right now, I would imagine his afternoon. I mean, he has zero pressure on him. I mean, he had a tiny little bit of pressure this morning where he was like, I would really like to join the Century Club. Been close before. He did that in the first 2 hook sets of the day, and right now it is just all gravy.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was enough people suggesting that he would come back to the ramp early today. I don't think he's going to do that. He's not very far away. He's having too much fun out there. Made it very clear that is not part of his game plan. I think he's going to knock their lights out until the very end.
Watching Kyle Welcher right now, maybe setting up on a fish, and he has spent, we talked about it earlier, he has spent an incredible amount of time not searching for fish. You know, we've seen Easton, he has spent a lot of time doing I'm a little teapot, not casting and having his hand on his hip, which people who love forward-facing sonar love seeing that. But Kyle Welcher seems like every time we see him, he is set up on a fish.
And a lot of times it looks like the same exact area. You know, it's not necessarily the same fish, of course. You know, it might be the day after. It might even be the same day. But some of the pieces of cover, the stretches, 20, 30, 40-yard stretches, we've seen him go back to multiple times. Like that seemed to be the case yesterday with the 10-pounder is, he pulled back up to that stump. And that fish was not there, just an hour or two before. So, again, with the warming temperatures today, the sun coming out, if he gets another wave, it seems crazy to say that it could be even better, but it's possible that it could even, have a better bag today by the end of it.
I mean, that seems to be the pattern. Why would it change? I know what you guys want to see. You want to see a lot of on-the-water action, and so do I. But what I also want to see is Lee Livesey joining us to break that down, give us his expert opinion on what he's seeing. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes from Elizabeth City, North Carolina, stop 3 of the 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series.
Dude, give me some, baby. I got a freaking belt now.
Dang, bro.
Wow.
Thank you, Lord, dude.
That fish right there earlier this morning.
That's crazy because I missed her.
And that was the one that put him into the Century Club. He has been close before, but no holding it from him now. He's so close to us that it doesn't even matter. If he has mechanical issues, he can kickboard his way back here. A guy who knows a thing or two about Century Clubs, Lee Livesey. I mean, you have been involved in some beatdowns. We have seen some incredible epic moments on Lake Fork with you, but none of them compare to the beatdown we are seeing here this week.
No, this is truly amazing. We're going to say that for the rest of our lives. This is legendary and just unheard of. It's unreal. I fished right beside Kyle the first day, and I said he's either going to have a 0 or 30, and he has definitely caught him this week. It's crazy.
Well, speaking of catching him, back in 2021, the greatest championship Sunday ever. Definitely the greatest first 15 minutes of a championship Sunday. And we see it right there, which actually was the third biggest bag ever weighed in a Bassmaster competition. Who's that guy yelling and screaming?
Yeah, I did a little Iaconelli that day.
Well, it wasn't just you either. It was your entire flotilla. I think I've told you this before, but I was covering another angler probably a solid 1.5 miles away, and every time you'd catch one, you could hear it from across the lake. You had quite the crowd on the water with you.
Yeah, my crowd got in some guys' ears. I had Patrick and some of those guys, Quentin, fishing beside me, and they said it messed up their head, just hearing my entourage yelling. And we did a little bit of that at the Classic, too. It just didn't hurt Easton.
No, not a lot could hurt him, but the good news is you're going to get a chance to fish Lake Fork again this year. And one thing that stands out about you and a lot of people from your part of the world is You have a healthy disrespect for giant bass.
We do, man. We like catching big ones. You know, we go a lot of places where they're not as big, and you know, it feels weird when you get away from home and a big one's 4 pounds. So I am blessed to live where I live in Texas and get to fish places like the Pasquotank. This place has absolute giants in it. I caught a 7-11 on day 2 and was counting the big fish money. Like 2 or 3 people had 8-pounders, you know. So it's got some giants in it, obviously, with Kyle catching a 10-pounder.
If you had to do this one over again, what would you do? What would you change other than staying right over there?
Like I said, I fished there the first day around him. I just wasn't doing what he was doing, obviously. I barely caught 5 keepers over there. But I had a good tournament. You know, I wouldn't do anything different. I just, obviously, we'll learn more as we come here and fish here. So this place is cool. I want to come back.
Well, let's get out in the water right now with the youngest Elite Series champion in history. Took that victory on Lake Fork, the one and only Trey McKinney. Hooked up live. Oh, painful.
Tough loss right there. I couldn't tell how big it was, but he said it was big before he set the hook.
I mean, how close would that have brought him, Kyle Jesse? Let's say it was a 5-pounder.
If it was a 5-pounder, it would have brought him within 45 pounds.
I mean, anything can happen. Trey, you spent a little time in the water with Trey.
Yeah. Me and Trey have done a lot of stuff with 6 cents together, and obviously fished a lot of top 10s together a lot lately. He is an amazing young angler. It's just crazy what he's done already in a short period of time.
Yeah, it didn't take him long to make an impact here on the sport, and hard to believe. I mean, it really is hard to believe that he's only been here for a little over a year. You know, when you look at what he's accomplished and how many times he has been close. I mean, he came very close to winning the Bassmaster Classic just 2 weeks ago, which you did as well.
Yeah, no, Trey is a freak of nature. Ben Milliken told me that a couple of years ago when we were thinking about signing him at 6, and I believe him now.
He has proven it with his statistics. Talk to me about Kyle Welcher and what he brings to the sport. I mean, he just really, I mean, I called him Stone Cold because he is that. He's just unflappable.
Yeah.
Easy to be unflappable when you have such a giant lead, but
no, Kyle's just a different cat.
Yeah.
He really is. From the first day I've met him, you know, I fished around him a lot, and he's just a different guy. He's a stone cold killer, you know. He doesn't let anybody bother him. He does his own thing, and I like him. He's just a straightforward, straight shooting guy that's putting on a performance of a lifetime.
I got to ask you, as a Century Belt member, you know, you can tell when he caught that fish that put him over 100 pounds, he knew it. You could tell that was just about as excited as he's got this week, other than the 10-pounder. Like, that was a lot of excitement out of him. What does that mean to you guys? Like, that etches your name in history forever.
Oh, Kyle's just Kyle. He wants everything he can get, and that Century Belt's part of it. That's his first one, I would guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's something that's huge. You know, we got them all up on our shelves and trophy rooms, and trust me, he wants to win big fish, Century Belt, win the tournament, AOI. He wants everything. We're all greedy. We're all greedy as fishermen, and you have to be if you're going to be a winner.
Obviously done all his damage in one area, but over to Easton Fothergill, hooked up live.
Seen 3 in a row right here. Sun's got him back in the pockets. Yep.
think he said the sun's got him back in the pockets. Is that what he said? He said he just saw 3 in a row and caught that one. Something, his fish are moving back into some pockets, or he found some new ones. I can't tell, but you can tell he's excited and seeing some fresh fish.
Mercer, I know you're dying to know that is going to bring him within 50 pounds.
Okay. Hey, look out. Let's head over to the amazing fighterman, Seth Fighter, who's also hooked up. So they're starting to chew.
Got to be kidding me. I wish I had the right stuff for this. Got to be kidding me, dude. They're there, dude. Just got to be a minnow, kid. I don't have the right bait. Nothing. Or I got the wrong jig head. Freaking kidding me, dude? Just got to be a minnow, kid. Ugh. Way too big a hook. That sucker was not coming off, though. Just swam right up and ate it.
Indeed.
Unreal.
I think Seth found some minnow fish. He does not have the right equipment, but that one is hooked good.
But it's a 5-aught. It's made for like a 7-inch bait.
Just to set it up there, you know, he's been on that seawall, that same little area for hours. We've seen him a few different times on live cast, so you can certainly tell his frustration changing baits is going to be the key, it sounds like.
Little VMC deal.
I don't know what he's been doing, but it looked like he found some fish out in the middle, suspended, and he's throwing at them, obviously. So
Yeah, he was working those same fish earlier with different baits, and obviously you just got to be a minnow kid.
Seth is a minnow kid.
Just swims right over to it and eats it. Unreal. 3-pounder. There's a bunch of these down there. They're just not biting my junk. Unreal. Clip on this one. I doubt we call him before the day's over.
Fighter doing a little culling. You ever a minnow kid, Lee Livesey?
Not much. Not a big minnow guy. I will every now and then when I have to, but Seth is giving in. He is a minnow kid.
Fish ain't probably never seen this deal. Not too many minnow place, I think.
You see, it looks like he's got a loop knot on that jig head. Is that all about the roll?
It just keeps your bait free and straight. You know, doesn't, when you tie it directly to it, it can pull weird in the water. That keeps it even keel the whole way back with the loop knot.
I knew we could pull a little minnow kid out of you. Another guy doing something different this week, and a guy from your state, Keith Combs.
Yeah, Keith's having a great event.
Saw him catch a giant just a little while ago. Where's he sitting for weight, Kyle?
He has 1 for 6. That big one we saw earlier is his only keeper so far, but like y'all said, great to see Keith back in the top 10 here, Pasquotank River.
And you can tell he's from Texas because he is bundled up.
We see Keith flipping.
Gosh dang, I tell you what.
boy.
Hold on.
Oh, boy. Trey hooked up.
There you go. Get him in a boat. That was not the one he lost a minute ago. You know, and what I did, I stayed around here. I played it safe. I didn't want to tear anything up that first day. I fished around Kyle and where Keith is now and just caught 5 fish for a small limit. And then I made a big run. I ran to the Roanoke River the last 2 days and caught them on a buzz bait and a frog and swim jig and a bunch of topwater stuff.
Well, it definitely seems like the chew is starting to happen. Afternoons have been key, and obviously with the sun that we're seeing here today, consider they're going to keep chewing, Lee?
Yeah, obviously this place is full of giants, and I think we're just now seeing what's really in here.
How bad do you want to come back here?
I want to go fishing today.
I'm all. Me and Kyle said that. There's not a lot of events you cover, and you're like, I want to stay. I mean, it's supposed to be 85 degrees tomorrow. I may try change my flight. Lee Livesey, thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a few minutes, and we're going to be joined by our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year co-leader, John Garrett, going to join us right here on the set. Lee Livesey, we'll see you at Hartwell, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. It is Championship Sunday, as I always say, my favorite day of the week. It all comes down to this. We started with 102 anglers. 50 went out yesterday, but only 10 remain. But way ahead of the other 9 is our tournament leader, the same guy who has led since day number 1, trying to go wire to wire. And I wouldn't say trying. I mean, he is definitely going wire to wire. Stone Cold Kyle Welcher with 116 pounds, 7 ounces. Trey McKinney closing in on him with 67 pounds, 13 ounces. And looking at that leaderboard, it looks fake, John Garrett. It doesn't even look real, does it?
No, it doesn't look real at all. It's completely incredible what he has done this week. Yeah.
You've had an incredible season. I mean, you're our co-leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. You got to shed away that pesky Will Davis Jr., but you're having a great season.
Yeah, it's been an unbelievable season. I mean, first 2 tournaments were just flawless. I mean, started at St. John's, had a awesome, day 3, found a nice school of fish. Okeechobee went amazing as well. And here, just did not fish smooth this week. Really happy to have made the day 3 cut. But, man, looking back on the week, kind of beating myself up over some decisions I made and, didn't capitalize on a few bites. But, man, it's definitely no complaints here on the season so far.
2 top 10s already so far, a cut here at the Pasquotank River. Got to imagine you also like the way the rest of the season sets up.
Yeah, I mean, schedule looks great. Done well at Hartwell. Looking forward to next week. Think it's going to be an awesome tournament. That's what I like about this schedule is that, maybe it doesn't fit everybody's, what they like to do. But, man, for a viewer standpoint, it's truly an amazing schedule. We got these first 3 tournaments. There's big bass events. We'll have plenty of fish caught the next one. And even tough tournaments. We got Sabine River, tough time of year. So, I mean, viewer standpoint and angler standpoint, it's a really good schedule laid out through the year.
Yeah, and don't forget about Lake Fork and lots
yeah.
Great stuff. But speaking of great stuff happening on the water right now. Brandon Lester hooked up live.
That'll work. Man, look how pretty that fish is. Got kind of a crazy color to it, kind of gold looking. That's a pretty one. Maybe we just need to fish new water. I've not fished back here all week, so maybe that's what we need to do the rest of the day.
Boy, he's done work with that spinning rod here this week.
Yeah, he's kind of made all of us look crazy for wanting to make 2-hour runs, as have Kyle Welcher. I mean, we could see where he caught most of his fish this week, man. What a good tournament for Brandon.
I feel like springtime tournaments are always super unique because there's always changing conditions. The fish are constantly changing. But, on a place like this, you just look at the body of water and you think straight up power fishing the entire time. But Brandon Lester's been able to finesse fish with a worm, basically rigged 3 different ways all week long. So especially just for getting bites and having fun if you're going out this spring, definitely a lot to learn from Brandon Lester.
Yeah, no matter where you are in the spring, you can always pick up more bites by slowing down, downsizing, whether you got fish that are spawning, guarding fry, or just post-spawn. I mean, you got a lot of fish that are just kind of in a weird mood this time of year, and that's why you've seen Brandon Lester kind of excel this week, because everybody else is really power fishing, and he's just kind of going where he wants to go. I mean, he said he's in new water now, really slowing down and picking up the bites that, not all of us got.
Well, a guy that's not in new water that has stayed in one spot and really just been lazy this week. I mean, hasn't gone to the gas station, hasn't spent time at the service yard, hasn't made one of those pesky long runs. He has done it all within 1.5 miles of takeoff. Is Kyle Welcher. And, I mean, we're seeing something that's literally never happened before. A margin of victory that is unthinkable. I mean, when Walters did it with 29 pounds, I'm like, that's a record that I don't know if it'll ever be beaten. And right now, that just does not even seem like an option that it can't be beaten.
Yeah, what Patrick did was I mean, nothing short of amazing like this, but Patrick was kind of breaking in the forward-facing sonar time. So if that was ever to happen, that was when it could happen. What Kyle Welcher has done this week, there's no words for it. Not only is he doing it close to the ramp, but he's doing it in an area that all 103 anglers sampled in. I mean, even myself, you heard Lee a while ago saying he fished around him. We all fish this area, and for him to absolutely beat the brakes off of everybody in a place that everybody fished, and to find, his little special deal out, I mean, there's no words for it. It's just so amazing what he's done, and just truly impressive.
You want to try to pinpoint it to like one singular thing. Like, is it the bait? Is it the, that's really is what makes it so incredible, because he's doing something similar to what we've seen other anglers do. A handful of guys inside the top 10 right now are doing, generally speaking, the same pattern. The area's not unfished. Like you said, it seems like everybody has fished in the area. Like, it's just Kyle Welcher. It's like what he's doing this week is incredible.
Yep.
Over to Lester, hooked up.
Gonna be a 13.5 there.
Having a good tournament in the B division.
Oh, he is so close. Well, you see it. There it is. 14.25. Well, it's been a hard-fought battle, but that's 5. We ain't got much for 5, but we got 5.
That's something we have not seen Kyle Welcher use all week, a measuring stick.
Definitely not.
Is it the point of the tournament? Like, at some point, do we have to just say he is better this week at what he is doing? I mean, because we have seen other boats in that area. We've seen boats, and I mean, can't just be the area. I mean, he's just better at that this week.
That's what Kyle hit it on the head. It's not, the bait, the rod. I mean, all that has a factor. It is Kyle Welcher. That is what it is. So, I mean, he is clearly better than all of us this week. I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't talked to him. I haven't heard if he figured this out in practice or not.
He didn't know. Through the tournament, he's put it together.
Yeah, and that is really impressive, because what he's doing is, he's not fishing a school of fish. He's finding them one at a time, it seems. And for him not to have a lot of those fish already found leading into the tournament even, makes it more impressive. So, yes, you're right on that. It is the Kyle Welcher show for sure.
And it's weird, because in other sports, it feels like the competitors get the credit for that. But in fishing, because of that 4-letter word luck, people, they discount it. But, I mean, you see it in other sports where guys are just hitting the ball better, where they're just throwing the ball better, whatever they're doing. This week, he is hitting the ball better than anybody. I mean, He is hitting a different ball than anybody else. Watching Seth Fighter right now, and what was he calling himself, a minnow kid a little while ago?
Kid. He is a minnow kid. The first step is admitting it, though, and that's the first thing he did.
there's some help for that. So if he wants to, you know, not be one.
Groups or
there's groups.
Gotta
I
be
promise there's groups.
A hotline to call something.
Yeah.
It's called the internet.
Yeah.
I will say, though, it took until day 4 for us to see this. I don't think we've seen on live, anyone throw a jig head minnow until today. Unless I'm missing somebody. Mercer, have you? I mean, that's got to be the
Not
only
on
time
camera.
we've seen it.
I think there's too many people that throw minnows, not to have minnows being thrown, I think, for the history of fishing. But, or for the future fishing, I'm sure it happened out there, but we have not seen it. I mean, any spinning rod stuff we've seen has been with, straight tail worms and stuff like that. We'll leave Seth Fighter to continue to mess with his minnow fish. He's been fishing that same area and finally figured out how to make them bite. But here's the problem. Has nothing in his boat that he needs to minnow fish. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. And guess what? You are leading Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, so you don't get to leave the set. You're going to hang out with us. But we're going to be joined by Steve Bowman with Bo Knows. And he will regale us with some incredible knowledge, as he always does. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Bassmaster Halftime Show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Championship Sunday, around noon, and the fish are biting. Everybody trying to chase down one guy, and that guy has had the lead since day number 1, trying to go wire to wire, the most dominant wire-to-wire victory in the history of the sport. This is the Bassmaster Halftime Show, presented by Bass Cat Boats. Still joined by John Garrett, of course, Kyle Jesse, and now we add to the mix Steve Bowman with Bo Knows. What exactly do you know today, Bo?
Well, Bo knows that he's going to overstate the obvious on some things, but it's got a point in the end, Dave. So obviously, Bo knows that Kyle Welcher will win this event, right? But number one, what he also knows is that there really is a fascinating race taking place for second place. When this thing started, second through fourth were a pound apart. What's interesting about that is that top 10 yesterday averaged 21.5 pounds a sack for each one of those. So we think that the race is for 80 pounds to get to second place. That's typically, you got to have that average to hold steady or move up, in the case Brandon Lester or Trey McKinney, and then maybe a few other things. So that there really is a dynamic race taking place, but it maybe not formulating the way that I figured it would at this point in time. But the most interesting thing is, and this is where this second place thing goes, and it could affect Kyle Welcher and that how far he gets into that heaviest weight realm. Things have been getting bigger every day from this point forward to the end of the deal. And here's how I'm going to tell you this. I mentioned on yesterday the growth in catch rates and weight, how big that was. Day 1, we measure the fish, and as they're coming in, they go from keeper to 3 pounds, and then 3 to 5, and then over 5, right? So there's 3 buckets there. Day 1, a fish over 5 pounds on day 1 averaged 5.4. Day 2, those fish over 5 averaged 6.2. Yesterday, they averaged 6.10. That's with Welcher's 10-pounder, but there were a lot of other fish that were in there. So meanwhile, all the catch average weights rose from this point forward yesterday from 2 pounds to 2 pounds 9 ounces. Those fish from 3 pounds to the 5-pound mark, they've risen from the first 2 days at around, they kind of hovered around that 4-pound mark for those first 2 days. Yesterday, the 4-pound, anything over 3 was actually a 4.5 pounder. So we've got a really an interesting race if we could just stop watching Kyle Welcher beat everybody's head in. But no, I mean,
I don't want to.
I don't either. But I mean, really and truly, there's a lot of things for these guys to fish for. I've got to get my notes from Kyle because I'm not Dave Mercer and can remember all this stuff. I could have read.
One job, Bowman. One job.
Yeah, I'm staying in my lane. So, for instance, Brandon Lester, he started today in second place. He's not included in the Bassmaster Classic. This is Lester's first tour level top 10 since St. Clair in 2023.
Okay.
Now, he's one of those guys that we see, but he feels like he's been kind of, the last time we actually saw him threaten to win was he won at Pickwick in 2023, right?
Real streaky, though, once he starts catching them. He almost won Angler of the Year that year.
Exactly, and that's what he's fishing for.
Yeah.
He wants that, plus there's money involved. Tyler Williams, the barefoot Mainer. He
ironically wore socks for the first time.
Did he really?
Yes.
Well, it may change his luck. He's won an Open. He has top finishes in elite events, but the highest place that he's ever finished in an elite event is fourth.
Fourth, yeah.
And that was at Fort. You got to know it's just like John. You climb the ladder, right? Now you jump to the top of the ladder, but most everybody they climb the ladder. You got to know that he wants to be in. He wants that second place, 100%, right? Not only for the points, but just for what does that do to your confidence?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I want.
Oh yeah. So I mean, through the Opens and even I'm gonna go back to high school, college, and the Opens. I was literally coming in second to fifth place to see him every other event I fished. I could not win a tournament. So to eventually win a tournament last year kind of gives you the confidence that you need to say, you know what, I'm going to go for that win. Because, it's just all in your head because, coming through the Opens, you're always used to fishing for points or qualifying for the Classic or re-qualifying for the Elite Series. That's in everybody's head. But, when you make a top 10, like how Tyler is now, it's like, you know what, of course, he can't fish for the win thanks to Kyle Welcher, but he's like, you know what, let's go for second place. Let's not shoot for par.
That's a secondary tournament that would help him in his confidence. So Seth Fighter started in sixth. Like Lester, Fighter has not made an elite top 10 all of last year. His last day four appearance was when he came in 10th at Lay Lake in 2023. We've talked all year long about how he actually did the work during the off limits period. So there's also an ability for him to feel like he's getting on that road. So all these things are scattered all throughout there, and we could go through every one of those, but those are the important ones. These guys all have something to fish for, regardless of the fact that they know that they cannot catch Kyle Welcher, and that's what we can't lose sight of because some of these numbers I showed you. This thing could get really, really cool and fun for these final 10 guys in this last 3 hours of this event. So Welcher may catch another 10.
Well, Seth Fighter tried to be a minnow kid for a little while, but looks like it did not take, and he is back to slinging. He was pretty jacked about that minnow bite.
Yeah,
he thought it was going to happen.
Put it down quick, though.
Yeah.
He is not the minnow kid he thought he was. It would still be in his hand if he was.
Those minnow kids are notorious for not giving up. Yeah. Just stick with it.
Lots more ahead and lots of action still to come. We're done here for the halftime show, but we got a lot happening at the studio. We're going to joined by Tommy Sanders, Davey Heights, Ronnie Moore, Such, everybody breaking down the action, and this is going to be a historic afternoon, already in a historic tournament, but what a race. 116 pounds, 7 ounces, but as we've said all day long, and as Bo just said with Bo Knows, Bowman filled us in with a very compelling tournament. If you could just get rid of that Kyle Welcher pesky fella atop the, look at it, be a great championship Sunday. John Garrett, gonna win Angler of the Year this year?
We'll try my best.
Go make it happen. Yep. Thanks for watching the halftime show. Don't go anywhere.
The St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at Pasquotank River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Just right at 4 hours of fishing time remaining for the 3 hours, 3 hours of fishing time remaining for these 10 anglers out here on this day. Kyle Welcher putting himself in a position to where he can do whatever he chooses to for the next 3 hours, but knowing Kyle Welcher, he is going to just probably double down and see if he can't factor his bets and catch another giant 30-pound plus bag here.
Looks like Brandon Lester's made up a little ground on him while we were gone.
Yes, he has. Well, take a look at some of what we have seen today, and it's been, 99% this man right here, Kyle Welcher. Wire to wire only begins to describe what he has done to the field.
Absolutely, 100% correct. So this is the third day in a row that we've had a camera on him, and the third day in a row he put a 7-pounder in his boat very early on. Absolutely incredible.
I got a freaking belt now.
Yeah, you got a belt now, that's for sure, and a blue trophy. Kyle Welcher getting it done all week long.
Finally
all
got a
but
freaking
one
belt.
bass that we've seen him catch, and they've all been on the Crush City Bronco Bug, 4-aught Gamakatsu hook, 1/4-ounce sinker, 20-pound test line, and he has made it just that simple. We talked about so many things amazing about what he's done this week, but being able to just catch all these fish on that one bait, that one rod and reel. He might have a spare one in the rod box. He has kept a glide bait up on the front deck with him all week, but caught all these fish with one bait. Absolutely incredible.
One bait and 1 mile stretch of the Pasquotank River. They're just incredible.
And
let's get out to Kyle. Well, I check in, see what's on his mind right now.
Feel pretty good. It's been an incredible 4 days, really. Even today, we're doing worse than we've been doing by a long shot, and still a phenomenal day. Still a great day on the water. Caught a couple big ones. Caught some nice ones. We still got room to improve with one small one, but I want to catch 30 pounds again. I want to catch it all 4 days, but looks like it's a little tougher today, but feeling really, really good. Not a position I've ever been in, so it's kind of foreign to me. And then also, we've been in a tournament, so I haven't really even kind of thought about what has actually occurred, because it's been crazy that I've caught my personal best in 3 30-pound bags in a row, and my biggest bag ever this week. But because we're in a competition mode, we're in a tournament, it's hard to just sit back and kind of be proud of it and, reflect on it. We'll be able to do that after the tournament, but we're competitors first, and then we'll talk about our big fish second. This has been an incredible place. This is, when I came back from almost leaving, I came to this stump and I saw 2 big ones on it. And I caught a 7-pounder here, and then I went right around the corner and caught another 7-pounder, and that gave me 30 pounds on the first day. And the second day, I think I started on this stump, where I started on the other 7-pounder, and I caught it right there. And then now there's another one on it. So I don't know what's going on right here, but there's some fish on this stump for sure. This one's definitely not a 7-pounder, but it's definitely a fish on it. It's weird. It's almost like these fish have only chosen about, I'd say, 25 places to spawn down this mile stretch. There's 25 places that they're spawning on, and they just keep reloading with females. A lot of the big ones I've caught 2 or 3 fish out of the same bed, and that's unbelievable. They just keep going to that one exact stump that they all spawn on, and I just like that it's reloading.
good info there from Kyle. It's amazing that he's been able to figure this out all in just 4 days, that the exact stumps these fish have been setting up on. That takes years and years and years in most places, but the technology and just him being smart guy that he is, he certainly can put 2 and 2 together, and he's got it all figured out. The one thing that is so amazing, one of many things, is he's fishing so close to the takeoff. I bet there's not 10 anglers that were in this tournament this week that did not fish this area where he's fishing. Maybe on the way in or in practice, you know, maybe not committed to it very much, but it's not like he's off in some far, far away place. It's got it all to itself that most anglers never looked at. Most anglers have fished in this general area that he's caught all these fish.
A lot of patience when he was talking about his 6-pounder, and then he went down the stretch again, or when he had nothing, went down the stretch, caught a 6-pounder. It took 45 minutes, caught another one,
How cold it was.
Decided not to leave.
My
that was
water
huge.
temp just went from 73 to 54 in one night, and all the fish were just, nope, not biting. I'm happy as a clam. Just fishing along, skipping my jig around some boats over there, and now just kind of, false alarm. It's
We were just talking about AOI.
Oh man, that's huge. My St. John's River blunder, I guess you could say, or tragedy, kind of messed me up mentally for a little bit, just because I thought I was doing the right thing and then it didn't work out. But having a decent finish at Okeechobee and then having a top 10 here and get me back into the swing of things for AOI is absolutely huge for my mentality. And making Knoxville, hopefully, get back on track. And now I'm just looking for a 5-pounder to just put a cherry on top. Even if I finish 10th, I'm happy as a clam. Happy as a clam.
Oh, we're just sitting here. Sitting here, I guess. I don't know what in the world. These fish are just, I don't know. Caught some stripe, caught a perch, and 3 giant 1.5-pound bass. So we're doing pretty good today. Still waiting on that afternoon bite to pick up. And I can see them start to get more active, and they're chasing it like crazy. But I don't know. I can't figure out how to get them to commit. Keep trying to flip around and try up shallow, and can't catch nothing but little bitty babies. So, I think Kyle, if he's not eating pizza, if that's not the best opportunity I've ever seen, to go back in early, pull old Tim Horton on him. Come on, Kyle, you're slacking.
Well, yeah, we got one fish, so it's been a really, really tough morning. The one thing that is positive about what I've learned this week is it can happen pretty quick. Like I caught 3, good fish yesterday just on one stretch. And, those fish are trying to pull up in spawns, so sometimes they pull up in schools. That's what I need to hit is, one of those areas where 3 or 4 of them just pulled up, and I think we can get well in a hurry. It don't take a lot of bites to get a lot of weight in your live well. We've had one bite. It's probably close to a 6-pound fish. So just gonna keep on doing what I was doing, which is kind of staying in this general area, keeping a Strike King Rage bug on the wood. But I tried to expand on a couple stretches down there. Just couldn't make it work today, so I'm back in the area where I've caught all my fish, just trying to grind out a few more.
So Kyle Patrick, happy as a clam. Justin Hamner, waiting for the big fish to show up. And Keith Combs wanting even more than that, wanting a school of big fish to show up. We've not seen a whole lot of that, but hey, you don't ask, you don't get.
That's exactly right. Hey, everybody's got a good attitude. It's Championship Sunday. Made the top 10. And I think the other 9 anglers knew very much a long shot to have a chance to overtake Kyle Welcher this week, and everybody's good with it. I do think Keith Combs and several of the other anglers are surprised. Brandon Lester with how slow it started this morning, and hopefully it's going to pick up here for him this afternoon. Seth Fighter even had the minnow out earlier. Now he's throwing a buzz bait, so hey, we like his diversity.
Oh, we want that.
What part? Huh? Switch to a buzzbait? Oh. Yeah, update. Still got a little limit. Yeah, still in my same area, hunting around, trying to get a big one. I don't know about this buzzbait. Yeah, just trying to hunt down a big one. Looks like some fish are pulling up on beds. What is wrong with this thing? Just trying to get a big bite.
Cold front this week is slowed down the frog bite and the buzzbait bite. Maybe we'll see some of that.
Yeah, we'd love to see that. Maybe see Randy. We won't see Randy Howe crawl out on a dead log to retrieve a valuable buzzbait, but
Randy the
that was
raccoon.
pretty impressive too.
I think
was pretty nimble.
Neil Paul has already contacted the local loggers in the area there around Green Pond to try to have a few logs laying out there for Randy Howe to be climbing.
That's right. That's
we've been
good
known,
stuff.
Tommy. We've been known here in studio to do some video of log running competition, boom runs.
Oh, sure, boom run,
do
log
that right
rolling.
now.
We've done log rolling out of this place before, plenty of times, and we'll do some more, I'm sure, someday. Kyle Welcher, just in the catbird seat. That's an old phrase from baseball, but it certainly applies today here in North Carolina. Hope you're having a great Sunday afternoon. We love Sundays. They're championship Sundays here on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is a 25 St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. If you're just joining us, first time ever for the Elite Series to land here in the state of North Carolina. And we have landed in a dandy. Albemarle Sound here, vast, connected to some incredible rivers, including the Pasquotank and our host city, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Let's get out now to classic champ from 24, Justin Hamlin.
That's how they're eating it. Barely. Yay! Brush pile right there.
Keeper number 4 and 5.
Wow, short order.
Back to back.
And just like that, we caught fish. This is how it was yesterday. Just catching bass. They just woke up. We're about to go crack them. That is a fat little thing.
We got 5.
Forgot to weigh that last one.
That moves up Justin Hamner to 9th from he was right behind Keith Combs in 10th place right there. Completing a limit, and as he says, we're about to go crack him now.
Just woke up, he said.
Yeah.
Justin catching most of his fish on a jerk bait, no surprise. But catching a few fish on a jig and a couple other things.
Well, we just got in a new area. I just wanted to look at some new water, man, to be honest with you. I've kind of been looking at this little canal all week, and it's only about probably 3/4 of a mile from where I've been doing a lot of my damage, so just trying to find something new. You know, I'm already seeing some fish. I think they're bass. I'm not positive yet, but I'm seeing some pretty good sized fish, so it looks awful good in here. Good looking little spawning pocket. Just trying something new. Got a small limit. It's been a slow day, but if I had to bet, it's probably been a little bit slower day for everybody. It just seems like they're not biting too good today.
Once again, I want to give a shout out to whoever they are, the POAs, the Property Owners Associations, or whoever here. Every house, every little canal is just so buttoned up, not a blade of grass out of place, not an old yard full of old swim toys and trash, not a piece of trash.
Certainly exposed to a lot of high winds and storms through the years, that sort of thing, so there's something to be said.
Yeah.
They have to stay on top of it for it to look
That's
like
right, yeah, you don't want stuff blowing away.
What's your deal with hating swim toys, Tommy?
I don't hate. I just say when you got everybody's swim toys from 15 years of a family sitting out in the backyard, it gets to be a little bit
they're
annoying.
not good until they're half deflated, Tommy.
That's right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, when the baby pool is turned brown from
exactly
from the sun.
No collection of broken appliances in the side yard.
No, that's Arkansas. Sewage where we live.
Which is a very, very beautiful place.
It is.
They have woken up. Justin Hammer with only 3 bass about 10 minutes ago, and now we've seen him put the 3rd one in a row in the boat.
Why didn't you just do this all day? I told you we were going to catch some bass. I just didn't realize it was going to take this long to get started. Pounder.
We got 2?
Yep. Sorry. Need to weigh you too, buddy. Come here, number 2.
Well, right now, I had just honestly flipped a few of them and got bit really, really quick, so And then for the next little bit, we kind of called our shots on where they were going to be, but now we just got to find another area with some fish. We know they're doing it. I don't have many areas that I know that would be good. The thing I think is you got to find a place with more, just honestly, like less cypress trees and cypress knees. Like this, not really looking that great, but not a whole lot of other places to go do it. But just something that's not overwhelming where you can flip all day and not even hit it all. If you can come in a place, that's more time efficient. If it just has a group here, a group there, and a group there, that's where the fish is going to be. Plus, it doesn't take as long to fish. And you know where to cast because it's high percentage. Here, they're just freaking everywhere. But, like I said, there's not many more places to go do it. Uh-oh. I saw one run out from the cypress knee.
Back to Kyle Welcher. I've seen Trey McKinney lots of days out here on Bassmaster Live. He's had some slow days, but I don't think I've seen him as sort of out of answers as he is today. He seems a little down.
Yeah, he really does. I think he had high expectations, caught a lot of fish yesterday.
To get rid of. I don't know if that was going to help.
Maybe pole didn't go down.
Ounces probably.
Mm-hmm. Don't know if that fish was on the bed. I think he was just pitching around that stump, looking for one on the bed, and that one.
Don't get the camera out for these no more, do they?
Ate his bait.
Do what?
If his smallest one truly is 1.5 pounds, I think that's definitely going to help him. But it did help.
Fair trade.
You never know when that one
Valuable
fish,
ounces.
few
Like
ounces
260 or
could
something
go a
like that?
long way at some tournaments. We've seen it happen.
Hate for him to not take the time to call and lose his big lead, you know?
Do what? 20? Oh, a half?
I think he was saying that helped him 1/2 pound.
Yeah. Well,
Half
every
a
ounce
pound to
counts.
get him to
That's what we always say here.
117.
Yeah. Hey, maybe he moved ahead of one person on the all-time
No,
winning weight.
he's
No, it's not that tight.
It's 1.5 pounds, and he's right in the middle of it. So he's
Okay.
a few ounces from that next group.
I want to let you know about the Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. We always keeping that front of mind here. It's a fast-growing segment of the sport, the tournament fishing part of the sport. April 26th through 27th, going to be at Dale Hollow Reservoir. Hit the QR code, register today, become a part of it all. Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. 2.5 hours left till 3 o'clock. That marks the weigh-in start in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Third event of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. It's going to wrap up today. St. Croix. Our coverage, live coverage, sponsored by Rapala. The St. Croix event has been a joy to watch and an eye-opening experience for everyone who didn't know much about this area, and that's probably most of our viewing audience here, because so many people close to the sport around here that just did not know. Certainly, I don't know a whole lot of places, but I sure never heard of it, and especially not how good it is. Kyle Welcher, the man on top with 117 pounds and 8 ounces. He was talking, guys, a little when we came back from our break here. He says, I think I'm seeing some places, room for improvement. And I'm thinking, he's going to crack up any second. He's just going to, I'm sorry, this is, listen, come on.
Yep. I did like his response when I asked him last night about, are you going to come in at noon and order something, grouper bites or something like that? He said, no, I love tournament bass fishing, and I'm going to enjoy every moment tomorrow.
He culled another pound up to 117.8 with that fish, so he's 16th all time. But now North Carolina is 3rd behind only Texas and California in big bags.
Wow.
Past South Carolina, Florida, New York, Alabama, and Louisiana.
Now, you told me, Tommy, all these years to just pipe down about how good the fishing was in the Carolinas. I've been trying to tell you. We need to come to the Carolinas.
Your buddy told other guys held you down and gagged you so you wouldn't talk about it.
I wasn't going to bring it up, Ronnie, but there's several ways to look at that. You could also say, dang, Ronnie, you couldn't even catch them there?
Hey, I asked my dad last night, I said, we qualified for a regional at the Pasquotank, and we didn't go. And I asked Dad, I said, do you know why we didn't go? Was it why we just decided not to go? I don't know. He didn't have a good answer for me there, so.
When I see your dad, I'm going to ask him.
Yeah, he's right across the way. But I do know so many locals, those who have contributed to helping with our live well segment, Tommy, and giving us good info, those who help with preview predictions and stories and other things. They said that someone's going to have a bad practice around Elizabeth City. They're going to stay, and they're going to end up unlocking it to win the tournament. Said the North River would be a factor. There may be people who run, but it'd be hard running. The locals who we talked to were absolutely spot on. Maybe not about what the wind direction does, if it sucks water out or puts water in, but they were absolutely spot on about everything else. And I appreciate Matt, and I'm glad he got to go out as an ambassador with us this week with Hackney and Christie and Cook.
What's
and
Matt's full name?
Greshik.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, he was right on about the arc of this tournament.
Man,
somebody's going to stick close and win.
You could see a 10-pounder get weighed in. You could see 30-pound bags happen. And who knows, 100 is possible. And all three of those, check.
Kind of sounds to me like you're doing all this complimenting, working on a free guide trip from Matt.
Oh, don't you worry. I've had the quota of, if you just mention my name twice, anything you want ever in Elizabeth City, I got you. And so I've said it like 8 times. So I actually own some land in Elizabeth City now.
All jokes aside, this has been incredible, and it's certainly a place that I want to go visit and go fishing.
Man, it's just so cool looking, just to look at our pictures of it and then to see the quality of the fish here.
And some lakes that we go to, some rivers, some places that we go throughout the country, you need to be there. There's about a month window, and you can have great experiences. But just looking at all this cover and then hearing the anglers talk about the vegetation, I think you could go to this area any time of the year and have a fun fishing trip.
Looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good after my first 2 finishes to have the Classic, obviously, but it also feels good to have this one, to get my Elite Series season, going in the right direction. It's a long shot at this point, but I'd still like to make a run at Rookie of the Year by the end of the year. With 6 events remaining, I think it's possible, so that's something I'd really like to accomplish. But yeah, I mean, that's way down the line, but it definitely feels good. Get the momentum on the right side of the curve, so. But yeah, definitely hope to. Got some momentum on our side.
Well, Easton, started down below 100th place in points at this tournament here, and he's at 76 now, so he's knocked out 25% of the deficit. If he make 3 more top 10s through the course of the year, he'll get there.
Hey, when we said the Elite Series field was good top to bottom, Davey, we were specifically talking about Easton. So good, he's at the bottom. That's what's if he's the floor this year, holy cow.
Yeah, no kidding.
He has definitely made some strides this week.
Rookie of the year is a goal for him, he said. That would be another amazing feat. He would pull that off after the slow start he had in Florida.
I think he'd like to double qualify for the Classic, too.
Getting big bites.
Shane said that Justin clued him in a little this morning on fishing a jerkbait, a little off the bank on these flatter banks, and it was working early for Shane. It's picked up now for Justin. Carl Patrick's had a slow day also.
Yes.
Giant. Oh, it's not a giant, but it's a good one, actually. Come here, boy. Hey, it looked big on the bridge there. Look at that post-spawn fish. Look how skinny he is. Hey, it helps. That's cool. What? Which one am I calling? Oh, I know. Dude, it's a giant. It's a 1 pound, 15 ounce largemouth. Number 5 goes. Number...
Justin Hamner was not giving us some idle boast when he said, we're going to start catching bass now. He's been steadily climbing the leaderboard, step by step, for the last 45 minutes.
Very happy at weigh-in yesterday, saying he had caught a lot of bass and how much fun he was having. It's like it's finally picking up for him here today.
That's a big one. This thing, good girl. Some fish is high head chase. Oh, don't do that. Oh, oh. Come here, come here, come here. Ah! Yeah!
Much
That's
better
what we've been
there
waiting
for
on.
Justin Hamner.
Yeah. Scarlet girl, you told me to catch a big one for you. That one's for you, baby. Can't wait for your birthday Wednesday. Get back home. Give me some.
Nice, brother. That's a real good one.
It
is.
There's like 4 of them under there. That was the worst fish landing ever. Oh, he was already trying to come out. This is my favorite shot. It's gonna be close.
We appreciate that shot.
I don't think so.
The picture says 1,000
Let's
words.
do that 4 more times.
Another look at it here. Good call.
Yeah, very nice bass there.
Post spawn. Still a big fish.
That's like the Luka Doncic trade. What you got over here versus what you gave away.
Yep. And the good thing is he said there were 4 under there. Didn't take him long to get the second one to bite.
This one looks good as well.
This one's bigger than the last one.
Bigger than the last one.
Oh my gosh.
No, it's not. Oh, don't do that. Come here. Don't jump. Why'd you all of a sudden? I don't like the way you're hooked. Come here. Nowhere near as big as that last one, but my gosh, it was fighting. Tell you what, it is bigger than a 1/8. Here we go. We're working on it now. Much better.
Justin Hamner loading up on him here. The last 1 hour here, so they're going to start sometime. When they did start, he says, we're going to catch him. And he did. Man of his word there. Well, we got a weigh-in coming up later today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You want to note that? And a lot more fishing on the way from North Carolina when we come back. Sure appreciate you spending part of your Sunday with us here at the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River here, North Carolina. We're down to 10 anglers on this final day. Started out with 102 and cut it down to 50 for yesterday. And those are the 10 remaining. And there's your updated leaderboard there, which the story of that is Justin Hamner from 10th place all the way up to 5th. He went from the low single digits all the way up to, well, let's call it 16 pounds in well less than an hour's time. Really got on them. He said they're coming. They're going to, once they start, he's going to knock out a good limit. And so he has, and plenty of room to grow as well. Keith Combs does not have a limit yet, but he's got one fish, and it's a good one. A real good one, shy of 7 pounds, but still an excellent way to break the drought a little earlier today.
We got us one. Ooh, boy. Oh gosh, it's been a while. Red-eyed male. Hard to come by today, Bubba. Hard to come by. Get in there with old mama. Second bite of the day, and it's like 1 o'clock. It has been a tough one. Again, though, it's, I may have said this earlier, but it's like I want to slow down because the bite's so tough, but they're just not biting that way. Like, you put your bait in there, and that fish, he had it immediately. He was just sitting there ready to be caught. Catch me. It'll be like yesterday. I'll catch 3 down this stretch.
Back to Brandon Lester, off his pace from yesterday, a good bit, but still with some time to start it.
It kind of feels like that mid-morning lull he had yesterday, but he just doesn't have those 2 5s off the bat from his first limit, you know.
Back in the creek where I've been most of the day, I went and looked at that other little area, and I just wasn't feeling it in there. I know there's big ones in here, and I mean, there's still a lot of this stuff that's out off the bank in here that I've not really messed with that much. So that's what I've decided to do for majority of the rest of the day, is just look around for these little stumps and stuff that are kind of out off the bank. That's what a lot of these fish are kind of pulling out to with these cold nights, I feel like. So first pass I made through here earlier today, I caught a couple doing this, and I saw a couple more that I couldn't get to bite. I lost one right up there on that stick, so we're gonna hunker down in here the rest of the day, and whatever happens, happens. It's been a good week.
I like his plan. Fishing off the bank a little bit. We've seen a lot of the other anglers doing that, including Kyle Welcher, most of his fish. Some of them have been in close, visible stumps, but most of them he's
been out there a ways.
Been out there looking at with his live sonar.
If you haven't been with us this week a whole lot, the hard bottom's kind of hard to come by around here. That's the nature of the place.
Yes, and a lot of these fish using the stumps and the laydowns.
If this was in Florida, it'd be more hard sand available or lily pad.
Yep, stems and roots.
Stems,
yep.
Yeah.
A lot of hard sand bottom at Santee Cooper.
Is that what it is mostly there?
Yep. Also, but a lot of sand bottom. See Keith catch that female. He said it was a red-eye male he caught a minute ago.
Yeah.
That usually means there's a female close by. Here we go.
Got one. Big one.
Yes, sir.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Dang, son. When we get one, they ain't bad. It's just getting one. My gosh. I hate that razor bug. What if this is pale? Man. The rest of them been jet black. You know, that's what I think. Some of them are just coming in. Oh, hammerhead right there, son. Now we're moving up. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Why not? Why not? We'll wait all day. Now we fished this stretch earlier today and fished it very thoroughly. Never had a bite. Been back here 10 minutes and got 2, and one's old hammerhead. I guess we're just coming in. Whew! That feels good.
Now we hope he catches 2 more 6 or 7 pounders, but let's say he just catches 2 solid keepers, 3 pounders. You come in, he's going to have a really good weight with those 2 big ones, and you'll think, wow, he had a great day. He caught them all day long. Had his second bite at noon. I guess 1 o'clock local time.
A lot, but now that the water's dropped, I can see that I had a that there's a barge, old sunken barge there with a lot of metal. So. Don't hurt to retie though. There's some tanks in here. You never know when it's going to be a 12. Let's go. Well, that was fun. It's the same damn tree. I think it's the same tree I caught my big one on yesterday. Pretty big, 6 pounds. Where's the just like filler fish though? Like, not just knock out a, well, we ain't gonna worry about catching the limit. We're just gonna catch big ones.
Of course, we've got a big tournament, Hartwell, coming up in a couple of weeks, a little less than a couple of weeks now, but next week. As a matter of fact, there's some Bassmaster Live for you on Friday. It's going to be the final day of the St. Croix Bassmaster Open at the Tom Bigby River, Columbus, Mississippi there. The elites have never been there. We've had some opens there. It'll be very, very interesting. We will have that full coverage for you on Friday, not Saturday as usual, for the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens.
Welcome back to the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite here at the Pasquotank River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Final day coverage here, and Davey Height, it has been a pleasant surprise. We talked about it on day 1, how we average a new venue for the Elite Series, whether we've been there for a Classic or an Open in the past. It's good to visit with the Elite Series and get a 4-day tournament. And the Pasquotank River hadn't been there since 1981, and boy, it has shown out. Overall, 18 to 20 pound bags popping up, but boy, the top man, Kyle Welcher, running away.
Yeah, we've talked about this a little bit. If you take Kyle's weight away from the equation, 71 pounds to be leading on the 4th day. It's a good event. We've seen, other than the dozen that Kyle has caught over 7 pounds, I'm exaggerating just a little tiny bit, but we've seen anglers, Keith Combs with one over 8 pounds. We've seen multiple fish over 8 pounds, a lot of 7-pounders, 6-pounders. So it's been a great event. But what Kyle Welcher has done is historic, no doubt about it.
Nothing short of impressive for sure. In the last hour for this man, Justin Hamner, who had no expectations coming in 9th place into the final day. The last hour has been nothing but spectacular for him. A couple big culls. And Davey, we talk about all the time. You hear during the halftime show, what are they fishing for? Well, a lot of extra points. You can move up 5-6 spots today, and that's helpful for paychecks and points.
Yeah, I mean, we have a tie right now for Progressive Angler of the Year. So 1 point would make a difference right there between 1st and 2nd. So a chance to move up 5, 6, 7 points. Any day you can do that is a good day.
When we talk about that last hour flurry, it only takes a couple key fish. You can see them on the map there. Davey not only seeing them, but getting them to bite. getting them in the boat, and the couple culls he's had have been helpful. That 4.2, that 5.4, no doubt about it. That's what is that, 6 to 7 pounds of upgrade minimum.
Yeah, you look at that. Well, he only had 3 fish when this 5-fish flurry started, and it around noon local time. So between 12 and 1, it looked like he was, just going to have not a terrible day, because if you're fishing on Championship Sunday, it's never a terrible day, but a unexpectedly slow day. He caught a lot of fish yesterday, but between 12 and 1, he caught 5 bass that helped him tremendously, including that 4-pounder and a 5-pounder. You just never know. You keep your head down and keep fishing and trying to adjust to the conditions each and every day. Look at that right there. Beautiful. Got it in as a 5-pounder. Post-spawn, that fish could be 6.5 a month ago.
Got her.
Justin Hamner, certainly one of the best in the business, especially with a jerkbait in his hand. Went on a flurry there, and got to be the Mercury move of the day.
Started early. He was the first fish catch of the final day, but like you said, Davey, other than that, it got real quiet. You got some heads up from Shane LaHue, but this last hour.
Yep, absolutely. You look, I thought it was about an hour also, Ronnie, but honestly, it was about 30 minutes time frame there that he caught the 3 biggest fish in his 5-fish limit there. Mercury move of the day, Justin Hamner.
Been fishing good the last couple of days of competition, not only here on the Elites, but also the Classic. We had him on day 1, slower day, mid-pack, and then ended up doing so great that he was in the top 10 at the end of the Classic.
Yeah, every day on the water is not going to be a Classic victory type day like Justin was able to experience. But he has kept a positive attitude, even though he's had some slow days here and there since his Classic victory. Yesterday, he was all smiles on stage, just really, really hoping that he would squeak in the top 10 and be able to go fishing again today.
By 7 ounces he squeaked in, Davey.
Wow, 7 ounces.
20 pound, 10 ounces yesterday for Hamner.
He squeaked in there, and Chris, our buddy Chris from FXR, these FXR anglers get bonuses if they make a top 10, and when Justin squeaked in there, he said, I'm gonna be writing some checks Monday morning. I think they have 3, maybe 4 anglers in the top 10. At least 3. With Tyler, Trey, Justin. Yeah, I guess that's the 3. This looks familiar. Kyle Welcher is poles down, looking at one, it appears. A lot of these fish set up spawning around underwater stumps that only come up from the bottom about a foot or so, Kyle said. The male's hugging the bottom real hard to see oftentimes, but usually he's able to spot the female around these stumps.
He found a way to not let the bait slip by the female and get down to the male, which he said was kind of key to some of his success this week.
It is amazing how few males he's caught compared to the big females. Is he actually going to make a bait change? Wow.
Oh my goodness. Are we about to have an eclipse or something? Is that, I don't know.
We have seen him through this glide bait just a little.
Yep. Caught one on it.
Yep. I only remember the one, but yeah. As long as he doesn't pick up a minnow, I'm cool. Minnow, I guess I should say.
It ain't a giant, but I'd like to call that one.
One cast with a glide bait was enough.
Yeah. Doesn't take long to look at a horseshoe, as the old joke goes. Check back with Kyle on that one. He seems kind of intent on catching that one, so
yep,
maybe yield some results here momentarily. We'll, for now, head out to Tyler Williams.
The North River boys, only Trey McKinney has a limit. Arthur Gill and Williams on 4. Here we go.
Is that one gonna keep? Probably not.
That'll be a close
They all got a little bit of length to them, so I'm like hopeful on every single one. I'm losing hope in every single one.
Plus, he's got one serious line burner in there, too, from earlier today.
He does.
Tyler Williams, Belgrade, Maine, builds diesel trucks as a hobby. Unusual hobby, heavyweight hobby for sure. We got more action coming from North Carolina when we return. '25 St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Man, third stop of the year. We'll be 1/3 of the way through with our Bassmaster Elite Series, our progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Rapala is providing us with our live coverage today. Our esteemed sponsor there, we appreciate that. So, got 2/3 of the season left to go. We got the Classic out of the way as well. Great time in Fort Worth and a tremendous tournament with an exciting finish. Couldn't ask for more. To follow it up with a tournament like this, so many big fish and just a performance for the ages. Well, it's something else.
Keith Combs, along with Justin Hamner, have had the hot hand here recently.
Well, things have improved a little bit since the last time we checked in. We pulled on a stretch that I've been fishing every day, and we'd already been down it once today and didn't get bit, and caught a keeper and one about 6 pounds. Real quick, still on the rage bug. So that gives me 3, you know, but man, 2 really good fish. Man, just a slow grind. Don't know what it takes to generate bites in this river. You know, the rage bug is a great way to get 5 big ones, which is that's what we're here for. But you know, I'd love to fill out a limit. I'm gonna keep it in my hand. I'm not gonna do nothing else. And I think it's just a matter of time till you get a bite, and it's also timing too, because like I said, I've been down this stretch and Well, I don't know. We fished the inside of the trees. We just came back down the outside of the trees, so it's a little bit of a different look, but you know, just tough out here right now, man. I mean, but it's great because got some hammers in this place. I mean, we could really catch an 8 and a 10 pound fish. I mean, and have a mega bag. I think it could happen. I mean, they're certainly here, but let's just keep on grinding away and try to put 2 more good ones in the boat.
We just run into Justin, and he said he caught a couple big ones doing this, so we're trying it. And I've had like 5 or 6 big ones follow me off this dock right here. I really came over to fish that brush pile where I lost that one this morning, but he was fishing the dock, so once he gets on past it, we're gonna try it. But it's been a slow day for me, honestly. I kind of had a feeling that was coming eventually. I felt like I was running out of stuff, and if I didn't, it's all been about like getting 2, 5 pound bites for me each day. Like the first day, I mean, I had 1 or 2 big bites, and then there's one. Jeez. It's like all the same size. Got one on the stunner. I mean, I've caught them pretty decent when I've done this. Like, I spent a lot of time flipping the jig, and that's been how I've caught my bigger fish this week, is on that 1/2 ounce jig flipping. And I just didn't get any good bites. I got 2 bites doing it, and they were both little, which was weird because I haven't had any really little bites on it. But I don't know if he's going to help me or not. I'll just keep catching all the same size. He gives me an ounce. I mean, they are all cookie cutters.
All right. Yeah, it's been wild, man. These cypress knees will make you lose your mind. I know I am glad I don't have to see another one for a long time. Not just cypress knees, these are like a different breed. Like, you can just hear them just scratching your boat. You can't get out of them. They cut your line. Here we go. Come on, make it. We got this. But yeah, today we thought we had figured it out with the little cypress knee deal, but we just couldn't find any other areas to do it. So we're as bad as it is, we're about to head in. But it's been a decent day. We caught a limit. Like I said, would I have liked it to go other ways? Yeah. But it's all right. Lost one big in. But other than that, it's been a good day. Just got to make it back in one piece. Because other days we haven't really had any chop in here. It was pretty bad out there. Now we got chop in there. So kind of curious to see what it is out there.
Davey, we were talking about this during a commercial break. Sometimes fishing cypress trees, cypress knees, 3/8 ounce might be a little too heavy. You might have to go to 5/16, something a little bit different, especially if you're flipping a jig. Hey, we're here in the Bassmaster Studios at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. You talk about anglers that really set the tone for their career. You have rookies that come out of the gate quick. We've got a bunch of those in our top 10 that are now sophomores. Guys like Trey McKinney, Kyle Patrick, Tyler Williams have all had top 10 success over the last year, their rookie season. Easton Fothergill, same thing. We expect expect high things from him. But there are a couple veterans of the sport that set the tone for their career that they're going to be in contention for Angler of the Year, like Kyle Welcher winning in 2023, Seth Feider winning in 2021 for the Angler of the Year battles. And then you have guys like Keith Combs, whose AOI average the first 8 years of his career was a top 12 in the points race. So to see them not at the Classics and have tough seasons is out of the ordinary. But all three of these guys are breaking over a year-long curse of not making a top 10 this week. Kyle Welcher, obviously in the driver's seat, hasn't made a top 10 since the ending event of his AOI season in 2023. Not that many events ago. 10 or 11 Elite Series events, but it has been over a calendar year. You think about Seth Feider, it was the middle of that 2023 season at Lay Lake the last time he was in the top 10. You have Keith Combs even farther back, and that was at the Mississippi River to end the 2022 season. We will be going back there as well. So it's good to see veterans showing back up. Even a Brandon Lester, I almost included him on this list of veterans to make a top 10 for the first time in a while. His last top 10 on the Elites was 2023 at Lake St. Clair, but I didn't put him on the list because he just got a top 10, I believe 7th place, and Fort Worth for the Ray Roberts Classic. So you got a lot of young guys in our top 10. Hamner, Shane LaHue, they've made top 10s this year. Some of our veterans getting a good taste of that blood, I guess you could say, Davey. They're back ready, loaded for bear.
Oh, love to see the generations coming together for a big top 10 shootout, although the most important shots have already been fired before we hit the top 10 on this day, but no matter. We've got guys going to fish as hard as they can till it's all said and done, and that happens about an hour and a half's time, 3 o'clock Eastern time. We will start the weigh-in here, but more to fish, more to catch between now and then.
Yeah, I've been really close to a century belt twice. I had a really good opportunity to make it at Lake Fork last year, and I barely missed the top 10. I think I was like 13 pounds away from a century club, and I just came in 12th place. And so I didn't even get to go on the last day. And obviously at St. Lawrence River in the end of 2023, came up 4 ounces short after not being able to fish but like 2 hours that day, and I came up 4 ounces short. So been really close and in position for a century belt a few times. And you know, to get one here would mean even more than getting one at Lake Fork, because 10 people got one at Lake Fork. Everybody that got to go the last day. Looks like there's only going to be one person get one here this week. One person that can get one here this week, and I hope I can do it because it'd be super special.
Some incredible shots we haven't seen yet. These fish catches. This is outstanding stuff right here.
This is from our friends actually with Rapala out on the water.
Yeah.
Got some cool footage. And as soon as you show Ronnie some footage, he's going to request, hey, yo, can we get that footage? Because we'll give you some footage later.
That is some great stuff. I mean, Kyle Welcher will treasure this for the rest of his life.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, our camera guys do a great job, but they can only work from inside the boat.
Yes.
And to have another angle on this tells us a whole lot more.
Yeah, it's that angle, and to have the cameraman in there show, I mean, that's great stuff. That's great stuff.
There's that limit from yesterday, including a 10-8. Well, he did get that Century Club today, and it didn't take him long to do it.
Right.
He came close to getting the Century Club on day number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying, what if he got mid-90s, Davey? He would just need one bite. Too bad his one bite this morning was 4 and change, so he needed a second one, a 7-pounder to get it done.
His lead still stands at 46 pounds even. At this point in the game, right there, just, you never thought I'd be saying that. Wow. Let's get to Kyle Patrick here.
We don't have to worry about a tie for the win here this week.
No, that's one thing we can take off our list of nagging concerns.
Yes, dude, he smoked it. He smoked it. Get on here, boy. Dude, he went on the surface. He was like, gunk. Yeah, daddy. That was just so fun. Did you see that? Oh, that's not even a giant. That's just so fun. Let's keep going. Why not? Thunk. That is fun. Fun, fun, fun. There's a fun factor in throwing a jig shallow and seeing one just go. Almost 4. Number 4 goes. Why not us? For 3rd place or 2nd place. I saw that little thing, I was like, oh, look at there. Dude, they're that shallow, I really want to throw a frog. I might throw a frog. I really might.
Do it.
I'm going to.
Okay, thanks.
Can he hear you? Would have eaten a frog.
Is he wearing an IFB?
There is a fun factor to throwing a jig in there and have a fish just grab it right out of the air, almost like that.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But not quite as fun, evidently, as throwing a frog up there.
Well, I hope we find out. Why?
Yes.
Over to Brandon Lester. Brandon hanging in there in 2nd place.
Well, these docks right here have been awful good to me. This particular one, I've caught some big ones off of throughout the event. So I thought I'd just come down through here and throw a jig and see if maybe if I just show them something different that I can trigger one of them. I mean, there's still, I've seen 2 or 3 big ones swimming around under there. There's a little piece of brush right here. It's got a big one sitting on it. I just feel like I've pounded them so much with that drop shot and everything. They've seen that trick so much, they're like, nah, I'm not gonna fall for that. But probably gonna spend about maybe 15 minutes more in here. Then we're gonna run back to the boat ramp and fish our little hard spot for the last hour or so. And hopefully sometime in the next hour and 20 minutes, we'll run into a couple of big ones. It can happen quick. You know, I've been saying it all week, but this place is almost fishes kind of like Florida. It reminds me of Florida a lot. You see a lot of bags. Like yesterday, I had 24 pounds and I had a 2-pounder in my bag. So, you know, you see a lot of bags that they'll have a couple of great big ones and then 3 just average keepers. But if you get 2 of them great big ones, then you got a good bag, you know. So that's what I'm hoping for here in the next hour and 20 minutes. But like I said, it's been a good week, man. I mean, I could have went and fished all new water today. I could have went and made some crazy run or whatever, but I don't know. If I had to do over again, I'd probably do the same thing. I don't know anything I could have done different. I just hadn't run into any big ones today, so. And throughout the week, I've known that I needed to, y'all saw me yesterday, I started picking up that swim jig. I'll pick up a frog every now and then. I could feel the handwriting on the wall coming that I needed to pick up on something else because eventually I was gonna run out of fish. You never know when that's gonna happen, but I'd say it definitely happened today, so. But it's all good. We're gonna finish up this last hour and 20 minutes and I'm gonna go back and weigh these fish in and I'm hitting the road. I guarantee you, as quick as I can get home, I will be chasing turkeys when I get back to Tennessee, and I'm looking forward to that. Clear my schedule, because that's all I'm doing all week long.
I guess that teams meeting is off the table for Brandon, huh? Okay.
Well, he just doesn't know about it yet.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's always the case. If it's
hey, just a short meeting at 9.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, we've had it where you said, hey,
minutes.
if you're scheduling the meeting, I'm not available, and they still send it for the same day, you know?
We'll all work through it together, right?
Sometimes we have to struggle.
It's amazing how many of these anglers, you know, they fish for a living and their hobbies are hunting. They're so similar, so many of them.
We used to do an event years and years ago before we started working with tournament fishing. All it was the Humminbird Bass and Golf and the Humminbird Bass and Race events where they take some top pro anglers, top NASCAR guys, or top golfers. And the golfers were interesting. All of the golfers would rather be fishing than be on the golf course. Those ones we had. And they were pretty representative of the group as a whole.
Right.
All the fishermen fished and hunted, but mostly fished
golfers,
in their spare time.
There's a few fishermen that love to golf, but
There's
just
a
a
few.
few.
Just a few, yeah.
Every man's job and obligation is someone else's pleasure off time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I remember a classic report or two that I listed in there. Is, you know, obviously my job was professional angler, but my hobby was saltwater fishing. Love to do it. There's something to be said with your occupation and your hobbies. Your pleasures are very similar. It means life is good.
Yeah.
I don't know many accountants that say their hobby is being an accountant.
I was going to say, people who do actuarial tables for insurance
numbers,
companies probably don't do so much of it in their spare time.
Saltwater accounting.
Oh, but it's so fun to watch the best in the world pursue what they do for a living, and something that's also their passion, has been their passion for their entire lives. It has been on display this week. Some great results here in North Carolina, Pasquotank River, and parks connected to it. Getting close to the final hour. Well, a little ways away from the final hour of this 2025 Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. Third stop, the St. Croix Elite, Pasquotank River here in Elizabeth City, New Jersey. Our live coverage provided by Rapala. Elizabeth City, North Carolina is a terrific place. And why don't we just take a look back at what we have seen so far during the course of this tournament, and it's pretty much going to be all about one angler. I think we can safely say that right now as we take a look at our unofficial leaderboard. Kyle Welcher on top. Incredible.
Never ever dreamed we would do a Toyota midday report and it'd all be about one person, but if you look at that, it's got to be about one person. 117 pounds. Kyle Welcher said he had a tough practice. He promised his friends that he was telling them the truth after he weighed in 30 pounds on day one, and I believe him. I certainly do think it happens like that sometimes. Started where he knew there was one 6-pounder on the bed and caught another one and decided he would just stay in that area. And boy, what a good decision that has been. There's a 10-pounder he caught yesterday. And then today, for the third day in a row while we've had him on camera, didn't take him long, about the time we got started here at Little Rock, to put a 7-pounder in his live well. And you heard him say it, I've got a belt now. Kyle Welcher, what a incredible day. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Unofficially today, his slowest day at 22:10, but he's, like he said, got about an hour and a half of fishing left to go.
Yeah, and if he gets to 24 and change, he would still be the 4th biggest bag of the week. Like, he would be behind his 3 bags. Like, no one's caught over 24 pounds. He would be able to stay 1, 2, 3, 4 with himself. Which, Davey, I don't know of a time we've had somebody catch the biggest bag of the tournament every single day.
You mentioned earlier that you could put the rest of the field's heaviest single day weight, just pick the heaviest weight other than him from every day, and it'd still be 20 pounds behind
22
him?
pounds behind. That's what Pete Robbins was. Best ball for the rest of the field is not actually as best as it could be.
Just catch a dang big one right here live. Nobody want no replay? Let's do it right now.
This is going to be one of those memories that you
Without a doubt.
Maybe we'll get Jake to ask him what he thought when he saw Pasquotank River on the schedule when it came out. What was his first thoughts about coming to this
That would
place?
be interesting to know.
I know we've seen a lot of different lures. You just look at first and second place. Kyle Welcher's had the Bronco bug in his hand most of the time. This glide bait some. And then you go to second place, Brandon Lester. It's been a drop shot and a Nico. Two opposite ends of the spectrum. But it's first and second place.
Yeah.
We've seen frogs, buzz baits, a couple minnows, a lot of vibrating jigs, spinner baits, big swim baits. A lot of different stuff. Keith Combs dragging a rage bug, a lot of Senkos.
And even regions, baits, but then regions of this lake, or the system that we've seen him. The only place that really didn't have a camera this week was the Perquimans and the, Yopium.
And it's funny, that's
But
where
those-
Kyle said he planned to go.
Yeah, and a lot of people got checks in there and made the cut in there. It just wasn't the top tier bags. And then you had those who were on camera in the Roanoke and the Chowan. But then the floor for those areas was much lower than other places. So when they fell,
Well, all three of us heard talk about how it's going to fish small potentially. I don't know where that came from because we've not seen any sign of that.
I think it was when the weather turned out that it was going to be cooler. I heard people start to say
It may be blowing so hard they couldn't go
they couldn't
anywhere.
go anywhere else.
I still see like Tyler Williams, Easton Fothergill, and Trey McKinney. I hadn't seen any of them in the background of them, and they've been in that same little area of the North River.
Yeah.
Like you would have figured you'd see somebody around the corner and you come around the point together, like that hadn't been the case.
The only time we've seen anglers talking is when one's been stopping, along the way, traveling to somewhere else. They have fishing together.
Yeah.
We go to map, you see some other anglers around Kyle Welcher, but I haven't seen another boat just from the camera in his boat.
No.
Not another boat.
It's like there's little pods of ecosystems, like on this side of the bridge, there's here, that Hamner, LeHue, Lester can be in, and then here, Combs and him.
But those are bigger areas than they look when we go to map.
Yeah. Just to reset the scene, if he wants to get into the top 10 weights of all time, which would be 124 pounds, 9 ounces. He needs 29.11 today, which would be right there on par with what he's done, but still his smallest bag of the week. He's sitting at 22 and change, and he's still got one for sure small one that he can easily cull out.
And he's got an hour to fish.
Yeah.
And his weight would win every elite in history except last year's Fork, Falcon, and Clear Lake.
And it's almost a 2-pound gap from 11th to 10th with the all-time weight. So he could beat that Clear Lake mark that Such is talking about, 122.14 with Steve Kennedy. He could beat that and still be a pound and a half from getting in the top 10. Like there's still a gap there where he doesn't have to go get 124 to pass Clear. He only needs 122 and change.
Yeah, he needed 29.11 to tie Tyler Williams from Fork last year in 10th.
And checked in with Seth Fider in a little while here. Let's see how he's got along, sitting in 7th place.
Ready for action, update, made a move, left my primary area, got 11 something pounds. Sun's been out for a while now. I was hoping some big girls would pull up on beds and I'd be able to catch them, but I made a couple little circles around there and just saw a few little males, so decided to move areas. In the area now, I haven't fished in the tournament. I shook off one big fish here in practice, but I don't know if it's been beat up by other guys or what. We're just getting here, so we'll find out, do a little tour here and keep it moving. Hopefully we can, just kind of looking for a big bite or two at this point. Hopefully we can stumble into one.
Seth Fighter being from Minnesota, the sun's out. We even saw Shane LaHue with taking his coat off. He stays bundled up more than anyone from Florida we have on the Elite Series.
I think he's just so used to it, it doesn't feel right when he doesn't have enough. A Minnesota person just naturally wants to
bundle up,
be prepared.
Kyle Patrick's taking his coat off.
Might have just been the light, but that creek where Seth was looked different from any of the creeks.
It did. The
The
watercolor looked very different.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been a spring-fed thing, you know, which you figure there's got to be some of that around here.
Where's your mama?
Well, Tommy,
Where's
if you
your
get on
mama?
the deep dive app, you can see which stream flows
Guys,
in
there
different
are
places
bass in
and see
here.
if it was going to get dirty or not.
Uh-oh. We just need to find the mama. Big mama!
It might be the lighting. This is starting to look a little that way now.
Is it? Yeah, okay.
You see that? Not quite as much as it with Seth, but maybe it's the clouds coming in and out making the water look differently. Got the curtains closed on that cabin cruiser.
That's right. We're on break.
They'll be knocking on the Chris craft. I don't know, when we get on Kyle Patrick, everything just kind of goes.
Yeah, everything sort of gets a little.
I'm with you, Tommy. I'm really starting to pay attention, not only to the yards,
what was
but
that?
you don't see like an old sunken boat or anything in this area. And it's like, I haven't seen any trash anywhere, anything. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Tyler Williams on the move here. I don't know if he's heading back. Most likely, I would think heading back to something to stake out a little bit closer to home base. Because we've just got actually exactly 1 hour until the weigh-in starts at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Check-in, I should say, starts then. The weigh-in shortly thereafter. "36 hours of tournament competition. And down to the last one here. Kyle Welcher still with the incredible jaw-dropping lead here on this day of 46 pounds. As we get closer and closer, another record that is due to fall when everything becomes official at the weigh-in. St. Croix Bassmaster lead at the Pasquotank River, the beautiful city of Elizabeth City, North Carolina, stretching out before us there. Welcoming place, lots of great reviews from all the visitors connected to this event right here, and all the local help that's made it all possible. Kyle Welcher, possibly the most thankful of all that we went here. Yeah. And for good reason. I mean, he had, you know, they talk about the classic changing people's lives. I think this is a pretty big landmark in an angler's career to pull off something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, he'll leave here with some very proud accomplishments that'll, you know, be tacked on his resume for the rest of his life.
Got himself an Angler of the Year title as well. I'm sure he's going to compete and go right down to the wire, and a few more classics before it's all over. Not winning one outright. He's already finished second in a Bassmaster Classic. At the destination we are headed next with the Elite Series, Lake Hartwell.
We got like 50 minutes left in the day, and I hate to see it end, but I'm pretty excited for it to end also. The weigh-in's been super, super fun every day with the crowd we've had. Man, it's fun to fish for 7-pounders, but it's gonna be real fun when we get back on that stage in a minute. I'd like to catch one more big one and cap it off.
We were talking yesterday about if he would even fish till noon, and here it is. He's saying it's 50 minutes to go, and I want to catch one more big one.
That's him. He capped off his Angler of the Year performance in much the same way. Could have kept it up. He had to go in and get his boat fixed. Could have stayed there and went right back out. Not just close by, but all the way back out into Lake Ontario.
He sure did.
Fished his day out there.
Missed the belt by 4 ounces. He could have won that event.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if he hadn't had that that delay.
Yeah, he had some mechanical difficulties. He really wants to catch a 7-pounder as bad right now as he has all week.
I believe you.
He is, and you can tell he is searching.
Bill McDonald sent a text asking how many tournaments we've had, because we've had now 70 instances where someone got 100. How many individual events where we've just had one guy make the 100-pound club. I think this will be the 5th time we've had one angler win it or make it, and that's here at the Pasquotank, Kioya, win in Toledo, Ish at Okeechobee, Rojas at Kissimmee Chain, and Skeet at Gunnersville in 2010.
When's the last time we had only one angler win it and no other angler was anywhere in the ballpark with him?
I mean, it would be Walters at Fork, 104 and then 75 for second.
Yeah.
It's two ways to look at it. Kyle, why would he want one more? He's done so much, but you can fully understand how much it would mean to him to catch one more good one. It's addictive for one thing.
Absolutely.
I mean, if I would have no idea how it feels, but to catch him like that. But anyway, here in the studio here, the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. Let's take it down to Elizabeth City, North Carolina, and Kyle Jesse for the final time during this tournament. Kyle, talk to us a little bit. When you heard about this location, when you first heard, here's where we're going, and started to dig into it a little bit, talk about what you were expecting when we got here versus what's different about the actual reality of the way this tournament has played out.
Well, Tommy, I think the expectation was pretty high. Everything we had read, heard from locals that, the weights were going to be extremely high. Traditional old school fishing, trees, fishing shallow, a lot of that. We've certainly seen a good bit of that. But I would say the expectation is even lesser than what we've seen. I mean, when you look at the weight that Kyle Welcher's brought in all 4 days of this tournament, I mean, I think that far exceeds any expectation that we could have possibly put on this place before the tournament.
Yeah, so Kyle, this is a broad question, but I want you to narrow it down. I mean, to someone that's a fan of tournament bass fishing, if you had to describe, and they didn't see this, let's say they were off on a Bahamas cruise or something like that, and you had to describe this week, this tournament, so how did the Pasquotank tournament go? How would you describe it in 30 seconds?
I would say that, during practice, obviously things were going extremely well. A cold front comes in, adverse conditions, but the top of the field still triumphed. I think when you look at, again, what Kyle Welcher has done over the course of 4 days, and then even the rest of the top 10, battling through those conditions, the falling water, obviously we've talked about that all week. That's been something that's been challenging, is to try to figure out why and where the water is moving. But as far as the tournament as a whole, I think it's been incredibly entertaining. big fish, big weights, and a lot of excitement.
Definitely feels a little prehistoric when we go to some of those places like the St. John's, James River. It's like an old school deal. Kyle, we have done this for 7 hours today, trying to equate it to other sports, whether it's a 50-10 Super Bowl win, whether it's a massive basketball game lead, whatever it is. Would this feel like opening day when one team has a torpedo bat and the other team does not? Is that what you would equate this to?
I guess you could definitely say that. The torpedo bat has been a big story in baseball. It would be the equivalent of, like, the first inning, the home team gives up 22 runs, and then you got to try to figure out what you're going to talk about the rest of the tournament. At least that's what it's felt like today. Kyle Welcher has not made it easy on anybody other than himself. But yeah, it's really hard to put into words. We've talked about it all day long. What he has done is so impressive. It's really hard to describe unless you've tuned in and watched all week.
Kyle, thank you so very much. Enjoyed the halftime show yet again today. Thank you and everyone on site in North Carolina there for helping us to understand this new site and very exciting, wonderful discovery we've gotten to experience this special week on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
We didn't ask him this today if he learned some stuff from Bo Knows today. Like if it advanced his knowledge of the past. I didn't ask him. I did not ask him.
You guys can text it out. We're done here today.
I already tweeted something.
Okay.
Podcast.
Okay. Yeah. That's right. You got the podcast.
You do too.
Well, that's
Tomorrow.
right. That's right.
Is there a little T&Z coming
Kyle's
tomorrow?
not on that, though.
No, he's not.
He's welcome to come.
Yeah,
you are too.
No. They're specific in the title. It's the T&Z. We're not allowed.
Shane has got a jig or something now, looking at one.
We are trying to scope one at this point, a big one. I've had a bunch of followers on the jerkbait, and I just lost one back there, but I don't know how big it was. They keep getting right behind it, not eating it, so I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, I'm seeing a bunch of fish all of a sudden, like everywhere I look. It's like on the cypress trees, on some docks, so like I said, we're just trying to catch one big one, move up a little bit. It's been a less than stellar day for me for sure, but like I said, I was very fortunate to get some bigger bites the first 3 days of the tournament, and that's kind of what this place takes, and I just haven't had one of those bites. I had one bite that, like I said, this morning I lost, and if it was a bass, it was really big, but that's the way it goes. So if we were gonna suck, today was the day to suck anyway. Not gonna, if I finish 10th, I'm not losing but 3 points, so it's been a good tournament. I can't really complain with it. I caught way more than I thought I was going to.
Certainly don't complain about making a top 10 on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Or his season to date so far, 7th place, Angler of the Year points.
Yeah, and that's now 2 top 10s for Shane LePew this year. He had to put a charge into the St. John's River with his attempt to beat Bill Lowen and Jay Shakira, just a few ounces separating all of them on that final day.
A good tight competition there. It's kind of the opposite of what we've had here this week. But this one has been so different that it's been just absolutely fascinating, and we are unable to look away from it all. Everything that's going on here has just been sort of groundbreaking. Territory we have never covered before in terms of dominant performances in a bass fishing tournament. St. Croix Bassmaster Elite. We'll be back. We welcome you back, friends. The sound we all yearn to hear this time of year, the soft breezes filtering through the Carolina pines, the chirping of the birds, the emerging colors of springtime, the green, the violet, the azaleas, the blue skies, and most of all, the blue waters. It's an awakening of springtime and a tradition like no other. Welcome to the Bassmasters. Hello, friends. So great to be here again this year. Again with the great Hall of Famer Davey Hyde. Davey Hyde, great to have you with us for the action today.
So it is my honor, my pleasure to be sitting here with you, but I can't do that justice. I bet I know someone that can do a better job responding to that opening.
That's our tradition, our tribute to the other big event that's going on this week that some people may be aware of.
Tommy, is there any chance I can step in here, friendo?
Oh, no, there's that friend you were talking about. Once again, we are joined friends by the great Mark Zona.
Crank the music up. Crank the music up for me. Yeah.
That picture says it all. So many words expressed by those two goofballs.
Tommy, a lot of people do not know this. You and I we really enjoyed that Masters Sunday at that Elite Series tournament, and nobody else in the crowd did.
Absolutely, nobody did. No one really had any use for it, but it was our tribute. It was our tribute, Z, to the other great event that goes on this week, the Masters.
It is, and Tommy, what a lot of the viewers don't know, a couple different things. I know you do not watch the Masters, obviously, until later tonight.
Right.
And I've never spoiled the outcome. I promise, after one or two cold ones, I'm going to spoil the outcome later today. Because coming off of, man, another Masters reference, Ricky, turn it down. Ricky, turn it down.
Enough, Ricky.
He just told him to turn it up.
Interestingly enough, and not to use a Masters reference, the entire Bassmaster Elite Series field has been imprisoned in Amen Corner by one man the entire weekend. And this is a true story, Davey and I have been texting back and forth. Tommy, I'm not kidding. I walked into the living room this morning and looked at a leaderboard, and it had said, I think it was 107 pounds to 57 pounds, and I almost texted Breedlove, dude, pay attention to the box you're putting up.
That's what I said. I said we've been hacked. Our site's been hacked. If you look at these numbers right here, what planet are we living on? This is so incredible.
You know, again, texting back and forth with Davey, and a little bit that's going to go into the TNZ podcast this week.
Oh, yeah.
Man, dude, we all have, you can think back to perfect events, from Timmy Horton on Champlain to, you could even say Corey Johnston at St. John's last year.
Yeah.
Seth at Mille Lacs. One of the ones I always bring up is Skeet Reese was on another planet one year, Davey. You remember this, on Smith Mountain Lake, right?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Davey, in a classic in New Orleans, you were in another stratosphere. The tournament was over at the start of the final day. But I've never seen anything like we've seen in this. I mean, it's why I'm on the phone. You all need, here's what's weird. At one point, I'm not a jealous human being, but I was texting with Welcher last night, and I said, man, this is a tournament I really would have liked to call with the guys. And then I thought to myself, after you blow it away by 8 a.m. the final day, I don't want any part of commentating this tournament.
Oh, it's been a long afternoon, I can promise you, Z.
It's a challenge. It is a challenge. But, Z, I think you'll agree, even a blowout like this is preferable to one where the fishing just completely dies off after about 2 hours in the morning. So we're counting our blessings and while facing up to that challenge. But, man, it's just been great to be witness to this.
Yeah. History. I mean, it's like you mentioned, Z. I mean, you can think of the ones that were like, this is over. This guy is going to win by a lot. But this puts a whole new stamp on dominance and just unbelievable.
Literally, some nutbag tree hugger that has caught 1 million bass off beds will find fault in the way he's done it with technology. That's just the world we live in, right? That's but literally what he has done. I mean, if you add up all the whacked out variables in this, of not burning gas, of having a miserable practice to laying down 120 pounds of bass on the fly. Here's the other side. The predominant amount of sight fishing or bed, look, we live in a different world now with technology and bed fishing. For the most part, the angler has their template lined out with fish that are locked on, and you make a milk run, and you see those weights. Any bed fishing tournament has a tendency to go down as the tournament goes on. What's been amazing to me, this dude has found these on the go. That is staggering, man.
I was expecting to catch 9 pounds on the first day. I mean, that's how does it happen?
And I guess the other thing, and this was something that this morning over coffee, Davey and I were texting during the Fox broadcast. I said, dude has done it with one bullet in the gun. It's not like he's been transitioning baits, trying different looks. I mean, he has stuck one rod in his hand. And what seems to be, like, what was interesting, guys, I was taping when I darn near got arrested in Iowa this week. Different situation. What was funny was you could tell he was starting to practice really the end of, obviously he talked about it day one, but I was listening to his commentary on live. He really just got to practicing on day 2 into day 3. And like literally, this is one of those tournaments that every fish catch for the most part looks the same. And I'm not going to lie, I looked at his embarrassingly bad weight today of 23 pounds. Say that.
Yeah,
right?
say that twice.
Zay, did you hear us? Did you hear us talking about if you take the entire field other than Kyle Welcher and put the 4 or the 3 biggest bags, add them, no matter who caught them, put the 3 biggest bags from the entire field is still 22 pounds shy of Kyle Welcher's 3 biggest bags.
Say that.
Yeah.
I know we all say this, that records are meant to get broken as far as a victory margin. Man, I'm hard-pressed to see, as long as we're on Earth, I'm hard-pressed to see that you're going to see a victory margin of this magnitude beat for a very, very long time.
Can we get that picture of you and Tommy back up at Masters Week? I got a quick question. Because, I mean,
it was actually taken in Georgia, this picture was taken in Georgia.
That's what I was going to ask, and how life evolves.
Yeah.
You guys look a little different there in that picture. Was that not the Clark Hill tournament that I won?
Yes, it was. Absolutely,
yeah.
it was.
I mean, wow. How many non-keepers have come over the deck of the boat since that picture?
I'm glad we could add so much dignity to that great win of yours. See, thank you so much.
And always being down there, it was fun. On the water when we were near Augusta, and Tommy, close it out. It was always fun off the water, friend.
Absolutely. The sights and the sounds, and of course the anticipation when the greatest in the world come together for one event so unlike any other event in the world of sports, the Bassmasters. Our thanks to the great Mark Zona for joining us today on our broadcast.
I love you guys.
Bye-bye.
Back to the tournament. Brandon Lesser starting on the shell bed. Here we go.
Yeah, maybe the shell beds become populated again.
It ain't that big. I thought it was big for a second. Several of them in there, though. Get rid of that blue ball. Yeah, he's bigger than him.
Fun stuff.
Well, maybe Kyle catch another big one, another 7-pounder. That's been his wish there on this special day of his special week here. And we hope he gets granted that. I would just kind of put a great bookend on this great day. And we've got some time to do it. We got 30 minutes more, a little bit less than that of fishing time. So we will stay on top of it all for you and see what happens when we come back. What a tournament. We really do hate to come to the end of this one, the St. Croix Bassmaster Elite, Pasquotank River, Elizabeth City, North Carolina. And man, just a great experience, front to back, very challenging. New place for all the anglers to figure out, vast. I mean, you could get lost in all these 2 million available acres of fishing water here, but everyone did their very best, and one angler just did so much better than the best that the best in the world could offer, that it has become just a sort of an unbelievable experience, just an accomplishment you thought you'd never see during the course of a lifetime of covering these things.
Yeah.
It's a fighter.
Come on, one good buzzbait bite to finish off.
Not really. Just because it's kind of such a unique place with it. It looks just like, and fishes just like a lot of the tidal places, but it's not tidal, so it's kind of a really weird deal. Look at them bubbles, man.
Over to Tyler Williams. He got out of his spot where he was fishing all day and made his way back much closer.
Feeling like I'm ready to go home. It's been a long day. It's been a long tournament. Not just the fishing, but the running and all the technicalities and stuff that goes into that. Timing. Or am I gonna be early? Am I gonna be late? Stuff like that. It's been a very interesting tournament. I'm glad to be fishing today, though. That's for sure. That's for sure. Well, there was one tree facing towards me that big around, and I ran right into it. But no, I'm happy to be here.
I don't even want to ask how long it takes Tyler to drive home from here to the state of Maine. My goodness.
I'd be surprised if he would try that with only 1 week before the Heartland event. He might be ready to go home. That didn't mean he was going home.
Yeah, well, I guess that's true. That's yeah.
Yeah. Practice starts a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, so that'd be a lot of quick turnaround there.
It sure would be.
It's Kyle Patrick idling in. He comes set the hook.
Keeper, we got us number 4.
You may yet get a limit today.
Yeah.
Man, I thought that was going to be a large one. Oh, that's a keeper, no problem. That's number 4, man. We should have just stayed right here all day. Saved on fuel. Damn fruit bat brought us luck.
I think he's on the same tree where he caught the red-eyed male and that female.
Oh, is okay.
Thought that was going to be old Largo, dude. It was like, it was in there.
If it's not the exact same tree, it's
in that
within
cut.
10 yards.
Man, I get one more, I'd have a hell of a good bag. Monster bag. I guess it could happen. Welcher's gonna get stuck on that boat. He ain't gonna make it back. He's gonna win it with 3 days. And I guess that's what he's thinking. Why does it matter? Because it's over anyway. I didn't have to come in.
Made the cut at Okeechobee.
Only place I can get a
most recent
bite.
event. Missed the cut at St. John's.
Hell, it's just
Not
about the
by
only place
much.
I got about yesterday. I caught one 3-pounder elsewhere and a little old dick beater elsewhere, but that's it.
You mentioned about Welcher getting stuck by that boat and might not make it in. I'm assuming, because he's been kind of in that general area all day. Keith has. Maybe he just saw Kyle and. But it doesn't matter. He wins.
He
without
wins
his plate.
either way. No.
It doesn't need today.
He wants the belt.
Today's bag was for exhibition purposes only.
Oh, if it cost him the belt, though.
Yeah, that would be 3 tournaments so close, weird things on the final day.
He's going to make it back.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Look at that
Yeah,
crowd. Man, yeah. We've heard rumors now. I see.
Would you pick him up, Davey, if you were down by 30 pounds? And you saw the leader was stuck?
Absolutely.
Hoping some of it
Now,
rubs
if I was
off.
down by 3 ounces, I didn't realize that was you.
I didn't see. I just, golly.
I can also say I would never pass an angler broke down intentionally. So I guess got a text that Tyler has a place in Missouri now for fishing season. So
okay.
You could make it to Missouri and back to Anderson, South Carolina in a week.
Yeah, you could do that.
Got a lot more escalators in Missouri than they do in Maine. Well, of where he lives, you know, in Missouri.
Expected. That's not a bad bag anyway. That's like 16 pounds on 4. But 5 is the goal all the time.
I'd like to see him catch one more.
Yeah.
Like you said, 5's the goal. He right there.
He had to work hard to get in that top 10, and here it is. Look out, it'll be close.
Maybe
Stretch.
not.
It's close.
Oh, be long. He's long.
Come on, baby.
Stretch. Poke that lip out there.
I don't think it's quite 14. Bad as I want it to be.
Nah.
Turn the board over.
Yeah.
Shoot, man, I thought I had a good one there.
I think that's our leader, Kyle Welcher.
I believe you're right.
Man, that's a tough break.
Well, that's him.
That's him.
He's going to make it away. And got a lot of people waiting to see him over there.
Okay, if he's got 22 on Bass Track, David, we've seen his fish today. What do you think, Bass Track wise, he could be? Could it be 23? Could it be 23 and a half?
I'm saying 24 and 1 or 2 ounces.
24, 1 or 2 ounces. That'll give him about 119 total. See at the end of the break what that puts him at, maybe all time.
Kyle Welcher. Looks like he's hung it up for the day. And who can blame him? What a week, though. What an incredible effort. I mean, half the field, more than half the field had a crack at that place.
Yeah,
it wasn't like he outran everybody, jumped through a little chute, jumped a log to get into some lake back there. He got it done right in the front of everyone. This 2025 St. Croix Bassmaster Elite at the Pasquotank River. Sponsored by Ranger Boats. By Rapala. And by Yamaha.
We've talked about this big body of water, 2 million plus acres in play. And before we get out of here, we end up saying that we can officially put it here at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge that the winning area is the takeoff region, Pasquotank River. There's not a fear, Davey Hyde, but when you go to a body of water and the local host, you don't want it 100 miles away from your home point area. But the Pasquotank has held 5 of our top 10 anglers. It held even more that made the top 20 that didn't make that final day cut. And this area right here, not far from waterfront, where the takeoff location is, has been not only the recipe for Keith Combs to make the top 10. We've seen some Justin Hamner just south of here, Brandon Lester. We saw Brock Mosley in this region yesterday as well. But the man of the hour, Kyle Welcher, has really used this same milk run. We've seen similar trees every day as it's kind of reloaded and repopulated with big fish. And we can see, obviously, this is Coastmaster, not Lake Master, Coastmaster, that has scanned and graphed this. The only real part of any of these rivers, Pasquotank, Perquimans, North River, only real part of the river that has deep, deep water, even going out towards the Sound, it is much shallower in the Pasquotank. So deep water, current swings, trees off the bank, and a little bit wider of a depth range there. A lot of good fishable cover we've seen Kyle Welcher use. So many other anglers in that region, and that has been the hot spot.
Kyle Welcher now just waiting the final few minutes before he has to be in. Check in.
Got any last words in the last 5 minutes of this tournament, buddy?
And now I'm just looking out behind me at that crowd, and pretty cool, pretty awesome.
Tell me about your experience.
You know, I've always heard the stories and watched it from other people when everything comes together, and it's like hard to believe, you know? And now that it happened to me, it's even harder to believe because that kind of stuff don't ever happen to me, you know? But it has this week. Even if somebody caught 60 pounds today, it definitely came together. It's been unbelievable. And I'm disappointed with over 22 pounds. Like, it's not realistic.
Yeah, I think I got this one wrapped up. You know, I think Welcher had a commanding lead, but I feel pretty confident I'm still going to beat him. I think however Welcher was catching him in here, it must be illegitimate anyway. He's probably going to get disqualified because he caught 130 pounds and I can't catch with like 4 fish. So no, I'm curious to learn exactly what he did to kick our butts so bad. But it's been a good tournament for me because, man, I didn't have a lot going, and I thought if I was going to catch anything, it was going to be over in the Alligator River. Well, that was a bust the first day. I came in here, caught a big fish, and just said, hey, you know what? Let's just make a career in the Pasquotank, and made a top 10. And have weighed a good bag every day. I got a good bag today. I'm 1 fish short, so I'm that's always going to leave, you know, a professional angler very disappointed when you can't fill out your limit. But I do know there's a few things I could have done to probably go fill out a limit today, but I mean, you got a chance of an 8-pound fish or bigger out here on these trees, so no regrets on the day, good tournament. See what happens.
It's been a good week, regardless of what happens today. I didn't think I'd do very well in this tournament coming into it, just because, I mean, like, I have a certain style and a certain lake that fits me, like a type of lake, and I'm trying to get better at fishing these types of places, but I've never, like, for one, every time I've fished tidal water, I've been one spot out of a check every single time. So this doesn't count, but it's it's more steps forward at least. So I don't know. It's been a good week. Now it's kind of like time to worry about next week. Kind of the way the tournament fishing goes. But I can't complain. Even if I'm 10th place, I'm happy as heck, because I just wanted 40 points after this week. So I got a lot more than that, that's for sure. But it is what it is.
I thought today was going to be fun. Never had a big bite. Caught a little limit. Probably finished 10th. But yeah, had a good time here this week. Enjoyed this place. Fun place to fish. Awesome people. We got a big crowd lined up for the weigh-in. Everyone I've met here has been super nice, and I hope we get to come back. It's a really cool fishery. Just didn't run in any big ones today and didn't lose any, so no complaints really. Just needed a couple hogs and didn't run into them, but it was a good day either way. Had a good time here. That's about it. That's a wrap on the Pasquotank.
Today was pretty tough for me. Not ideal. Just never got any big bites. I mean, I got the same, you know, keeper fish that I've been getting, but I've had, you know, 2 5-pounders almost every day. So just didn't get those bites today for whatever reason. It was a little tougher on me. Caught a lot of fish, just all like 2 1/4. No big bites. Didn't get any big bites on the jig. Today we had to switch over to a Berkeley stunnet and catch some fish on live scope that Justin Hamner told me about. So I didn't want to run all the way down to my creek because I think it was running dry anyway, and it was just, I wasn't getting very many big bites in there either. So up here's where we caught more of the big fish, and we gave it all day. It just didn't work out.
Today it kind of all fell to pieces, but been a dang good week, you know. Stuck to my guns today, stuck with my areas. Just kind of ran out of fish, I feel like. I don't think they bit real good today. I could be wrong. The guys could have blasted them today. I don't know, but they didn't bite real good in the areas I was in. But I will say this area, northeast North Carolina, never been here before. Didn't come pre-practice here. I've never been to this part of the country. This has been an absolute blast this week, man. I've been doing this 12 years now, and it's not real often that you get to go to a brand new place where you have no waypoints, no preconceived notions. You put your boat in, you go figure it out, you tee it up, and you fish the derby. And you feel like everybody's on a level playing field, and that's what it felt like this week. It's been a blast. It's been fun. One of the funnest tournaments I've fished in a long time. So it was good to be here, man. The crowd, y'all will see them here in a minute. That crowd is unbelievable. These are bass fishing folks. So been a fun week, man. No complaints here. All good. Ready to head to Tennessee and shoot some turkeys.
I mean, final thoughts is, I mean, if you see this crowd, that crowd is huge. I wish we had a bigger bag to show them, but today was tough. Today was really tough. I don't know if it's a mixture of us running out of fish or they just got tough, but we didn't see them. We didn't get bites. So, heck, I seen more fish than I seen all day and yesterday, just going down 4 or 5 docks right here. So, who knows? It was a good tournament, though. Anytime for me, you make it to Championship Sunday, that's a win in my book. That's my goal. I was like, I got to worry about making a championship Sunday, and then you can worry about everything else. But that's, for me, that's what I told myself when I went to the elites, is I was like, a win in my book is making it to the top 10. You've done your part, and you had a good time. Because with these guys, anytime you finish top 10, you had a good tournament. So blessed to be here in a blessed tournament. So on to the next. Here we go. Lake Hartwell, my kryptonite, but we're going to hopefully this time it's not. So we'll see.
Pretty good. You know, whenever I won AOI, it was, I don't believe it till I got the trophy. That's how I feel. So we're going to go see what happens.
Well, you can believe it, Kyle.
I think Kyle can just go ahead. Give it up and believe it. He is going to collect that trophy and collect his century belt.
Historical dominance we have never seen from one angler over 101 others.
It's just, you can't understand how such a thing happens. We're going to be scratching our heads about this one for years and marveling at it. What a magical week it was. With Kyle Welcher from Auburn, Alabama. Just incredible dominant, as you say, Ronnie. Just absolutely beat the best in the business for 4 straight days, not by a little, but by a lot.
The other biggest winning margin history record breaker was 104 pounds to 75 pounds, and this is not quite getting 75 and getting about a dozen more than that.
Yeah, you know, when you look at sports all-time greatest accomplishments, so many of them are 100 years ago, when there was big separations in technology, in training, and all those different skill sets, but not in 2025 should you see a beat down like this in any sport, certainly ours.
Sure, great to have you along with us, especially if you've been with us all 4 days of this incredible tournament and 4 days of domination. Like Kyle Welcher, we may never see the like. We will never see the like of that sort of domination again. I'll just throw that out there
Mark
right
it down
now.
there. End of the show at the Pasquotank. Tommy said it if we ever need to pull it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Hey, the next time we see you on Bassmaster Live will be at the Tom Bigby Waterway next Friday.
Larry Nixon's going to join us in studio.
It'd be fantastic, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bassmaster.com.
I am so proud of my home state. Such a cool, there's 15 lakes I could list I'd love to have an elite on, and this wouldn't have been one of them because I was unaware. Boy, I'm so glad we came here.
I look forward to seeing Kyle Welcher at whatever event I see him at next, shaking his hand, saying, well done.
Oh, absolutely.
Well done.
Awesome. Jaw-dropping. It is time for the weigh-in to begin. Our anglers are checked in, or at least in the process of checking in right now, and it's coming up right on Bassmaster.com as soon as we close her out, and that happens right now. We'll see you next time.